Well, good morning from the Bristol County Ground. As you can see on your screen, Zafar, Gohar and Graham Van Buuren getting ready to come out at the start of this third day when once again we have a blanket of cloud over the ground. Good morning from Ian Randall, good morning from Ed Seaborn.
Good morning.
And it's going to be a backs to the wall session, you feel, for Gloucestershire. Remember, their initial target is to get to 178 to avoid the follow-on. They are 90 for 6 overnight with 3 wickets each to Sanderson and Proctor. And I know we debated this a little bit at the close yesterday. Adam Rossington has got to he's got to ask his bowlers to get the 4 wickets, and then he's got a decision to make.
He has, and I think given what we're expecting from the weather today, which is exactly the same as the last 2 days, he can only bank on there being at most about 2.5 sessions worth of play today. And then tomorrow, actually, the forecast has brightened up a bit, so we may actually be getting sunshine late on tomorrow. However, whether he can take that risk, Rossington, of having the time left in the match already shortened, and then combine that with the fact that it's going to take Northants a session and a bit maybe to get as many runs as they might feel comfortable with, does he think actually push the bowlers now, and then, well, if we did happen to be chasing a small target at the end of the day on day 4, the weather actually looks better then, so maybe that's the way to go.
And the added factor here is umpires O'Shaughnessy and Ramage take their positions. Just a thought that the bowlers yesterday did not have a particularly hard workload, and also they've had a night's breather. So Sanderson bowled 11 overs yesterday, then Proctor bowled 9. They were the two who were really dangerous, and it looks as though Sanderson is going to open up from this Ashley Down road end this morning, which is no surprise given the beautiful way he bowled yesterday. It would be errant to say anything else. Good control, very good direction, and real accuracy and movement. You know, a proper, dare I say, a proper experienced county pro making use of the conditions.
Yeah, exactly. And somebody really ideal for English conditions and exploiting them. There's been a lot of maligning of the county championship and English county bowlers now county conditions, but it's fantastic to watch a master of the craft go about their work like Sanderson did yesterday.
Here he is then, first ball of the morning into Zafar Gohar, and he just pushes that out into the offside. As yesterday, Northants are starting with 3 slips, and they're the same 3: Vasconcelos, Tom Taylor and Emilio Gay. Few have filtered in early, but the day, as we've already hinted, weather-wise, not an easy day to watch. You need to bring layers with you, and here is Sanderson to Zafar Gohar, and again that's just outside the off stump, but just moving back a little bit to the left hand. All sorts of bother for the left-handers yesterday, and we are indebted to Adrian Thomas, who found out last night, looking through his very, very deep Gloucestershire records, that you've got to go back, I think, to 1993 to find the last 4-day game in which Gloucestershire had 5 left-handers. Here is Sanderson again, and Gohar just dabs that out, plays it down into where Emilio Gay is at third slip. I'd say he does come with a reasonable reputation as a bat. And Ed, you were looking at the comparison with the Leicestershire match this morning in terms of the Gloucestershire being in theory a long way behind in that game on the third morning and still managing to win it.
Yeah, well, quite. I'll detail the exact facts and figures in a bit, but yes.
Sanderson then running away from us, and all balls a short tennis ball bouncer to Zafar Gohar, which he doesn't get a touch on. Tries to, well, would have pulled it to deep square, and they're going to put Harry Gouldstone back now on that on the hook. They've seen Zafar Gohar at least go for the hook rather than duck, which I suspect he wouldn't have made that move had Zafar shown no interest in playing it. He's also pulled a man to mid-wicket for the top edge as well. Kerrigan's come across from the offside. He's going to come round the wicket with that change in field. And Gohar gets reasonably into line, plays it safely away on the offside. 11 overs wasn't a long bowl for Zafar in the first innings of the match, considering he'd had quite a long bowl in the seconds, and obviously, you know, he will want an opportunity to have as many overs as he can with the ball while he's here. A full match stint, and I say, it almost feels like an extended trial. Sanderson in, and again he gets nicely into line, and again more fielding for safe stay back on the offside. So a maiden for Sanderson to start, unsurprising really, and the deficit remains 237. So what about that Leicestershire game then?
Yeah, well, after the first innings, Leicestershire made 421. In reply, Gloucestershire at one stage were 121 for 6, so they trailed by 300, 6 wickets down. And at the close of play on day 2, they were 176 for 6. So roughly, there's only about 15 runs difference or so to where they are here. And in fact, so here they trail by fewer runs than they did against Leicestershire on the third morning of that match. Whilst that felt like a bit of a once-in-a-while kind of a game, it's still possible. So Proctor to open things up, and that's edged and short of Vasconcelos at first slip. So first ball, a bit wide, little bit short, but Van Buuren bringing out that cut shot, bit of a slash there. But
why would he have played that first ball?
Well, it looked, in fairness, I think it looked to be there for the shot. It's just that he possibly didn't actually move the feet towards the ball. His Proctor is in, and Van Buuren this time guides it into the leg side, picked up at wide mid-on.
No surprise that they've started with Proctor at that far end. I mean, they could have started with White, but Proctor had 3 wickets yesterday. So
yeah, you wondered whether they might just decide to separate the 2 bowlers who'd taken the wickets for them. But I think, given how they started after tea yesterday as well with both these two, it seemed like the move they might go for. As this one is a back of a length delivery, which Van Buuren dabs to backward point, and there's no run. They've got the sweeper out on the leg side boundary for Proctor as well, so if he did decide to bang one in short, he's got a bit of cover out there. Equally, if he does just stray a bit too straight, there's just mid-on, saving the single on the leg side. Proctor bowls, and Van Buuren with an outside edge that is pretty much along the floor and down to the third man boundary for the morning's first runs. Van Buuren up to 23 and looked to be pretty well controlled this one. Was not played with the absolute flattest bat angle you've ever seen, but didn't push at it too hard, and I think in general, if you don't go at it hard here, it's going to struggle to carry through to the slips anyway. Proctor bowls. Oh, he's tried the Yorker, and it's squeezed just out to safety by Van Buuren. Not that he knew where it had gone at all.
And we haven't seen the Yorker used very much in this match, actually.
No, I think that's the first that Northants have tried.
Warner tried a couple.
And in some ways, they haven't needed to try it, but somehow dribbled out behind Van Buuren, but well to the leg side, thankfully from his point of view, as he goes forward and defends this one back to Proctor and his follow through to end the first over of the morning from the pavilion end. 94-4-6. Van Buuren has moved into the 20s. He's also moved to the, I believe, the top scorer of the match, although I'm now doubting myself, having got the wrong scorecard in front of me. But yes, Chris Dent made 21, so Van Buuren is now the top scorer for Gloucestershire in this match.
They were the bowling figures for Northants. Sanderson and Proctor standing out, and Simon Kerrigan just avoiding that last over before tea yesterday.
Just got a little bit of drizzle again, very light drizzle, but just a little bit of precipitation.
And Sanderson will stay round the wicket to Zafar Gohar, and you have to commend his accuracy in this spell. A little bit, not quite the same style of bowl, but a little bit like Oliver Hannon Dolby bowled in that Warwickshire match he had last year, where he had some long. I think he ended up with, I want to say 12 wickets. So it was 11 or 12, I think.
It might have been 13.
Really, in the match. Ended up on the losing side, obviously, but also largely from this end bowled very, very well. Here's Sanderson to Zafar, and again solidly behind it. So he did make runs in his one test appearance, albeit rather different conditions to here. And actually, I'll just try and find that tweet about the left-hander. So in this match, the left-handers, of course, Charlesworth, Hammond, Bracey, Dent, and Zafar. And we'll let you know who the five were in that game in 1993. Sanderson bowls a short one as Zafar pulls his bat away at the last minute.
He's done that a couple of times, actually, where it's looked like he's preparing for the big wind-up and the pull shot, and actually he's just pulled out of it. But kind of the way that he's done it, I suspect, will lead Northants to believe that they might be able to get him out with the short ball, just because I think it looks a bit more indecisive than it actually is. I think he knows what he's doing there. It's just a different way of playing it.
Sanderson in. Oh, that's the one he wants. That's the one that just draws Zafar forward. He feels he's got to play it, and it's just drifted past the outside edge. Yes, 1993. Sussex were the opponents, and the five left-handers: Chris Broad, Simon Hinks, Jack Russell, and two bowlers: Kevin Cooper and Andy Babington. Zafar waits for Sanderson. That's a bit straighter. He's hit him on the front pad and dribbles away on the leg side.
And then the second part of that was the question that we had yesterday, which was about the four left-handers
in the first four
at the top of the order.
Yeah, and again, I hope Adrian wasn't up until 2:30 this morning looking at this, but we think it may be he thinks it may be the first time that's happened. Sanderson around the wicket, and Zafar lets that go. And taken by Adam Rossington. So Sanderson, just at the moment, just trying to keep things quiet and try and force an error. And Northants needing 4 wickets, and for Gloucestershire to get less than 178 to give them the option of the follow-on. But for Gloucestershire, if they can get on or past that total, it then gives Rossington a different problem. He's having a chat with Luke Proctor at the moment. And
so the umpires are having a bit of a chat as well.
About the ball? Looks like it may be about the ball.
It does look like it, doesn't it? I don't seem to have got that measuring device out. Perhaps they've already done that. It looks as though...
Rob Keogh's gone to ask one of the youngsters in the Northants squad to go and get the box of balls that's right by the rope. So we may be having a change of ball.
Yeah, I had one in the first innings. I think even actually a little bit earlier than this. I think it was, from the top of my head, it was somewhere around 33 overs or somewhere like that. So obviously the batch of balls that those two may have come from, not best, lasting that short amount of time. It's not as though they've been bullied to all parts of the ground either. And now the selection is made. I suppose you've got to get used to... Of course, they all come labelled, don't they? I think they come labelled in terms of the number of overs which they've been used for. But at the same time, you must have to get quite good at picking out, say, a ball which... I mean, sometimes it
might say
it might look, yes,
it might say 40 overs,
it might not look like another one, which is even older than that. So, to the umpire, I don't know how the umpires decide then. You know, is it fair to give them this ball because it actually looks better than that one, which says it's older than that.
Well, I think it was Proctor that raised the issue. There's our email if you want to get in touch during the commentary today. commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Always happy to receive your emails. Lots of chat at the moment, of course, about the fact that it is notionally called Division 1, Division 2 and Division 3 for this last phase of the season, but no decision has been made yet about the structure for next year. We've had some inventive ideas, some creative ones, and the ECB in due course will make their own. More than one source, I think, has suggested that the Royal London Cup may be pulled forward into the spring, and that will push the championship back a bit in the overall roster, which I think a lot of fans of four-day cricket would approve of.
Yes, I still have yet to hear, though, alongside that, what happens during the 100. What cricket is being played by the players not picked up there? Are they just sitting around doing nothing? Are they going to play an actual second 11 tournament in name rather than, as a few people might argue, nature, although certainly not from the cricket that we saw? I have yet to hear exactly what the plans are there. So Proctor to continue with this changed ball, and it's driven pleasantly by Van Buuren up towards mid-off, but fielded by Sanderson there, so no addition to the score. And Van Buuren, who, well, I suppose, as you might expect from somebody who's made the most runs in the innings, he was the batsman who looked in general in the least trouble yesterday evening, but he's got to start again here, and he just lays back and guides that one back at a square on the offside. Thought about coming back for a second run, but it's not there, and he's content just to advance his total by 1. He's up to 24.
So the batsmen actually change ends now for the first time this morning, don't they?
So Zabe there actually was more of a deep backward point than a third man for Van Buuren, which I think partly, I suppose, it's we don't care too much about the outside edge which runs down to third man. That one will give you. What we won't give you is that cut shot that you like. That's only going to be one. If we do happen to bowl one that's a bit short and wide, not going to give you an easy boundary for that. Proctor then round the wicket to the left-handed Gohar, and that's nicely guided through the gully region. It's travelling pretty well towards the third man boundary, just holds up a bit, but it will cross the rope for 4. So the first boundary for Zafar Gohar, and that ball actually looks quite dark red, doesn't it? It looks pretty new to me.
You could still see the embossing of the maker's name on the one side. I was a little bit surprised at that. You could just see it as it rolled to a stop there.
Deep red, and as you say, you can see the gold lettering on it. Not actual gold, of course, but golden house rather than gold. 99 for 6. Zafar Gohar up to 7. Proctor bowls to him, and he has a bit of a feel for that one. And through to Rossington, it goes past the outside edge. Rehearses the leave, but It's pretty hard to leave that, really, isn't it? Especially when you haven't played a great deal in English conditions. It's pretty hard to say that you can't play at that. You're just going to try and play inside it, I suppose. That's a little bit wider, and this one is an easy leave. It was a full delivery as well, where the Proctor decided that he was going to try and tempt him into the drive there, well away from his body, but either way, Zafar was not taking up that invitation, and there is a cover in place anyway, so there's fewer gaps than there might be on the offside. Good length ball from Proctor, and defended to that fielder at cover, who comes in and picks up. Rob Keogh gives the new-looking ball a bit of a shine. No obvious signs, though, has to be said in that over, that it's doing masses more than the other one did. 99 for 6 after 42 overs, and I think another thing, a bit like when Gloucestershire had it changed, you've got to think, really, that there had to be something really wrong with it for them to ask to have it changed. It's not as though it had stopped doing things for them, and also when the umpires change it the first time you ask, it tends to be something properly wrong with it, rather than, you know, just let's see if we can make something happen here.
Yeah, particularly after only having bowled 3 overs when they asked for it to be changed this morning. Sanderson then to continue from this Ashley Down Road end to Van Buuren for the first time. Oh, that's a Jaffa first up. He's not got the edge to that, but that's, again, right where Sanderson would want it. Really causing indecision for him. Just straightening a touch. A little bit of shape from the hand, and then seam movement still there. Sanderson in, Van Buuren solidly back. He only says he played in 2 championship matches this season, got 110 not out in the win at the start of the season against Surrey, and then only made 4 in the second match, and obviously for well publicised reasons hasn't been in the side since. Has he got a good foil here in Zafar Gohar to try and pull this innings round? He's chopped that away. Again to Zabe at point.
And as much as potentially avoiding the follow-on is a big moment in this match, Gloucestershire have got to try and hold out for as long as they can to tire out the Northants bowlers as much as anything else, if they do have to bowl 2 innings in a row.
Sanderson. Oh, that's that's a bit more movement there. That's actually moved quite a long way off the pitch. Vasconcelos applauds, as well he might. Almost did too much, that.
Yes, I think it did. It was the outswinger, and it swung quite a distance. And I think earlier on in the over, when there was that play and a miss, Van Buuren had the bat still in line with his body. That one he chased, but to be fair, he chased it because it swung a mile.
Straighter this time from Sanderson. No real movement there, and he fields off his own bowling.
But I think that has to be the way to go, doesn't it, really? You've got to try your very best to cover off stump and hope that anything wider than that doesn't take the edge, even if you play and miss at it. You've got to acknowledge that you are going to play and miss a few times. You're just going to try and get through this stretch with Sanderson bowling.
That's a bit straighter this time, and Gouldston with a good stop. Oh, and if he hits Zafar is miles out. He doesn't, fortunately, and the 100 is up. That was not a great bit of calling. Gouldston is just in front of square on the leg side. And just trying to explain to Zafar what he thought the situation should have been there. If Zafar had gone straight away, he'd probably been okay, but there was just an acceptance between the two of them there. That was a poor response to the call, because the impression you got was that Van Buuren was pretty sure straight away that he was going for the single. Zafar rather less so.
Yeah. I'd have to look at that again to apportion blame correctly. Proctor in, and Van Buuren guides into the leg side, and there is, as mentioned in the previous Proctor over, a huge amount of space on the leg side, because mid-on, the only person saving the single, and even though it was quite close to him, that time a very comfortable 101 for 6. Van Buuren up to 26, and those are the sorts of singles I think you probably want after having just had a absolute two people standing in the middle of the pitch looking at each other for a moment. Time of mix up. There's a shout for leg before wicket here, given by umpire Ramage. So Proctor gets number 4. He wins the race with Sanderson 4 wickets. That one seemed to come back into Zafar, and it looked as though
no movement of the front foot.
It looked as if he was kind of reaching down for it. It was either fuller than he expected or didn't bounce as much as expected. And it has to be said, it looked pretty out. And that's the 7th wicket for Northants. They get their first success today. Zafar Gohar, LBW for 7.
Yeah, you hope it wasn't as a result of the concentration break caused by that tight single, but there was no movement forward of the front foot. Both feet were just about, if they weren't both in the crease, they were certainly not very far forward. And as a result of that, when it hit him on the pad that close to the stumps, it made it an easier decision for umpire Ramage.
Yeah, exactly. Even if, which was the case, you've got the right arm of bowling round the wicket, and it was coming back towards the left-hander. But as you say, the feet hadn't gone anywhere. There was so little distance for the ball to travel that
isn't it?
The umpire can be pretty sure that, judge where it's impacted the batsman.
Hasn't got very far to go.
Exactly. There's very little deviation to be had after that. So
that's Tom Price coming in.
Indeed.
At number 9.
Tom Price, who ahead of Matt Taylor, which I kind of suspected would be the case. But
I thought when he batted in the Hampshire match at Cheltenham in particular, I thought he looked as if his batting from what we'd seen previously had progressed. He looked far happier there. He made 6 not out and 18 not out in the Hampshire match, and against Middlesex he made 13 and 35 not out. So he had a good Cheltenham with the bat, you might argue.
Yeah, and both Prices had decent contributions with the bat at the festival, and the 18 in the second innings was, of course, when Gloucestershire were trying to bat to save the game. He faced 72 balls and ended up not out in that one. A similar position here, needing to fight and see some time out, as that's down the leg side. Nothing on that, and it's gone for 4 byes past Rossington. So not the delivery that Proctor would have had in mind to start off proceedings against Tom Price. A ball which was well down leg and just continued to go even further down.
A long way down the leg side, actually. If he was looking for that Yorker again, he's bowled the one that almost dismissed Van Buuren. That was a very poor adjustment of the radar.
Certainly very rare, considering what else we've seen. Proctor to Tom Price, who's forward in defence, playing up towards mid-on. And like you say, both Prices impressed with the bat, but Tom, given that, unlike Ollie, who was coming into that festival off the back of a century for the second 11, there wasn't quite the same kind of obvious on form with the bat. kind of thing as there was with Ollie. Proctor in, good length ball defended away into the covers, but both of them, Tom included, look very organised, and the defensive technique looks sound, and perhaps more in Tom's case rather than Ollie, who we've actually seen a little bit in one-day cricket now. I guess it's what shots does he have to score with. Proctor bowls, and there's a pleasant drive, so we've got that one, and it's gone straight to cover, however, so he doesn't pick up a run for it. So they decided to put the cover in place, and that decision proved to be a decent one at the end of the over. I mean, he played some very pleasant shots at Cheltenham as well, but we're still kind of, I guess, learning at the first class level where Price's strengths as a batsman might be, but there's certainly the makings of a very handy
sort of
lower order player there. If not, who knows what happens as he develops. Maybe higher than that, but certainly at this stage, lower order player.
Yeah, I mean, he's batting at 9 here. You would think that that might be a sort of position where he might settle, he might improve a bit. Sanderson anyway to continue, and bounced into the ground by Van Buuren, away through the vacant area just in front of point. They'll come up for a comfortable 2. And the one thing with Zafar Gohar, and I get that he's been over here playing league cricket, but a little bit of an unknown quantity batting in English conditions at this level. It may be, and that Graham Van Buuren might, how can I put this? He might have a bit more trust in Matt Taylor and Tom Price to actually bat in these conditions against these bowlers who they are familiar with. Sanderson again to Van Buuren, who's chopped that very late. It's gone away to Zay, but backward point, but be the risk of a drag on by leaving that as late as he did.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what you're thinking of in terms of, well,
it's tight to him as well.
Yeah.
There's the full card. Van Buuren as the top scorer on it. Needs to get some help from Price and Matt Taylor and Jared Warner. 107 for 7, still 178 is the first port of call. That's going down the leg side. May have been bat and pad involved there. Umpire O'Shaughnessy wanders away.
Yeah,
no
immediately
signal.
Thought I'd heard 2 noises there anyway, and it was leg side-ish. I thought it might even have been straightening a little bit on Van Buuren, but no appeal whatsoever. And even up here, I must say, yeah, thought 2 noises immediately.
Just say that Proctor's figures at the moment, 4 for 23, are his best of the season. In fact, he'd only taken 3 red ball wickets before this match. So, kind of ironic that Gloucestershire again finds somebody in form, or Tom Price plays inside the line there. But he kind of played inside the line to a point where you felt he played at it, but didn't really push hard at that. So he, in a sense, just judging where Sanderson was without a full, firm push at it.
Yep. Yeah, exactly what we were talking about with one of Van Buuren's plays and misses, sort of, in the last over.
Sanderson passed him by Shaughnessy. And again, that's not bounced quite as much. That's kept him a little bit lower, but it's on the same line from Sanderson. Mention it quietly. It just look a fraction brighter out there at the moment. The cloud is not quite as heavy. The visibility in the distance is good. In the forecast on the car radio this morning coming down, there was a hint there might be a little bit of sunshine later. That's off the edge of Tom Price. It's bounced in front of the slips and it's gone through them and all the way to third man for 4. Sanderson looks a bit rueful, but he played it softly enough that it was never going to carry. A long way in short of Emilio Gay.
played it very late as well, late and softly. So if you're going to edge the ball through the slip cordon, that's exactly how you want to do it. Van Buuren's technique off the back foot. He does play the ball so often with both feet off the ground, and you certainly don't tend to coach that. But equally, given the success that Van Buuren has doing it, you don't want to coach it out of him. It's just what he does. He manages to be balanced still. Proctor in, that's leg side-ish and whipped away, much to the enjoyment of the assembled crowd, through wide mid-wicket for 4. There's an air of flamboyance about that shot from Van Buuren, who moves into the 30s with it. It was not the greatest delivery from Proctor. It was a leg stump half volley, but still with deep square leg out there. It would have been quite easy just to pick up one there. Really made sure he whipped it well in front of square.
Chat between captain and bowler as a result of that. He picked the length on it, but you're quite right. There is a mid on and deep square on the leg side. No cover for the ball that's where that one was. I don't know whether that was an attempted leg stump Yorker again, I don't know, but he's not got the field for it. In fact, they're going to take the third step out.
There have been a couple of deliveries which have been speared down the leg side recently from Proctor, but for Van Buuren, this ought to give him a little bit of security in terms of knowing that there now are only 2 slips waiting for him. Proctor bowls wide of the crease, and Van Buuren onto the back foot again, playing it with both feet in the air and going back into his crease, but negotiating it more than well enough to backward point.
Whether Rossington is also looking at the board and thinking, we've got to get them out for less than 178, 116 for 7. We don't want to give give Gloucestershire sort of some cheap runs that they get to 140 and suddenly we've got nothing to play with.
Proctor is in, and that's beaten Van Buuren, who did push away from his body as Proctor just took that one away from him, having previously bowled everything pretty much coming into him. All of a sudden, Proctor shows him that one that just nips away, and I think it did that more off the pitch than necessarily through the air. Proctor in and bowls full, driven up to mid-off, no ball. I think it's been called, yep, it has. I heard the call, but then Ramage took his time to bring the hand out, making sure the ball was dead, of course. So 2 more to the total, 118 for 7. And the other thing about putting that mid-wicket in is that if Van Buuren clips through the leg side, he doesn't even have to bother to keep it down, whereas now he does. As that's edged and short of Vasconcelos for the 2nd time this morning off the bowling of Proctor. And they'll pick up 1. Vasconcelos looks to have possibly taken a bit of a rap there on the fingers. He's clutching it a bit, but it's like at the moment he seems like it's all right.
Yeah, that's a bit sore, I think.
Yeah, it's a right hand that he stretched out to try and stop it with.
Don't show any pain. That's always the moral of players, isn't it?
Van Buuren gets another 1, moves up to 34. Proctor to Price, who pushes pleasingly, but straight to mid-off, where Sanderson does the fielding.
So 58, 59 actually the target effectively from here for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it still feels a fair way away at this point. Proctor to Price, short ball, and Tom Price plays it well, ducked well underneath it, and the end of an over which has produced 7 runs for Gloucestershire, 5 from the bat and the 2 no balls, 119 for 7. And we're talking about that Leicestershire match. I was going to raise 1 point from that in terms of what you said about another bowler coming in who hadn't had a huge amount of success before this season and then proceeded to take more wickets in one innings than he had coming in. I think that was the case also with Chris Wright in that Leicestershire match. I seem to remember he maybe had 6 wickets coming into that match and then took his career best figures, taking 7 for the first time in an innings in the first innings of that match.
Not that he hasn't taken a bucket load of wickets before that in his career.
Yeah.
At various clubs. He might be something like 400 first class, I think. It's quite a high number.
7 for 53 he took in the first innings of that.
What's his first class
match
tally overall?
Overall, 496.
Oh,
so
close to 500.
Big milestone coming up soon.
Sanderson in again. Oh, and Van Buuren pushes at that. Oh, that was very close to that too. Sanderson with the ball that goes away, and Van Buuren almost cross with himself that he went to play at a ball that was going away. Need he have played at it? He's got a couple of big leg cutters this morning. Has Sanderson got the one that comes back though?
Yes.
In his armoury.
Yes, he has.
That's tighter, and Van Buuren again plays that down into his pad and away into the slips. And Sanderson just gets that tighter line. Might be the one that really gets Van Buuren into trouble. Yes, he can push at the one that's leaving him, but the tighter it gets, the more likely there is of a drag on. Not there though, and he wants the single, and it's a good response to the call from Tom Price. Emilio Gay had to move to his right hand side from third slip.
Yeah, it's more of the kind of thing that Gloucestershire have needed, and it is made a lot easier by having that deep point out. And whilst you are cutting off Van Buuren's, well, one of his favourite areas, perhaps his most favourite area, arguable perhaps as to whether with Sanderson bowling you actually need him there. How many short wide balls is Sanderson likely to bowl?
Price waits now for him, and that's gun barrel straight. Price defends. I don't really see there being farming of the bowling here by Van Buuren. I think he's got enough faith in Tom Price to not feel he's got to take, say, 4 balls of every over. He might have taken 4 out of this one, but that's just the way it panned out. Tom Price has 4 at the moment. And Sanderson again into him in a solid defensive stroke. So he started the day with a 5 over spell at the moment that has only yielded 9 runs for Gloucestershire, but he hasn't taken a wicket. His opening spell yesterday was 7 overs, so maybe Gloucestershire might think a couple more, and there might be an opportunity at one end to score a little bit more freely.
Yeah, would you just about take, as we see a slow-mo here of an absolute beauty from Sanderson and Price? Well, that's just what you've got to do with those ones. You've just got to miss them. But I think, would you almost say that with Proctor and Sanderson, who've been the biggest threats, would you almost say, well, maybe we take losing 1 wicket to then potentially not lose another wicket for quite a while with the change bowlers on. Proctor in and forward in defence, and Buuren up towards mid-off. I guess the other thing is, do Northants decide that they might want to go the Simon Kerrigan route, or will they see how it goes with the 2 change seamers and give them a chance to back up what these two have done? Proctor bowling, and That one coming back in on the angle, I think, really more than anything
else. They could
else.
add Rob Keogh into that dismissal. They could bowl spin from both ends if they wanted to.
They could do. I think it possibly, if there were 2 left-handers in, they might consider the off-spinner a bit more. But I would think they would want to have one seamer bowling at all times. Proctor bowls a bit short, a little bit wider, allowing Van Buuren just to play that cut shot without a great deal of force, because he knows there's no real point in going massively hard at it when you've got the deep backward point out there. And so he picks up 121 for 7.
It just feels as if the old egg timer, the sands are just dribbling slowly into the bottom part of the glass at the moment for Northants. You've got to be very careful that they don't run out of sand effectively.
Proctor to Price, who drives and gets that one off maybe even the bottom corner of the bat there. Straight back to the bowler. I've just got to check whether that bat's still in one piece, with bats these days cracking so easily towards the bottom of them. But
yeah, so 31 Gloucestershire added this morning just for the loss of Zafar Gohar.
Proctor in. Oh, rising delivery, which Price, I think, dropped the hands underneath that one in the end, but still Proctor extracting life from this pitch. It's not slow and low at this point. There is still live grass in the middle of the pitch, as you'll see on that shot just there. And Proctor generating decent carry, decent bounce, but Price dropping the hands and the bat underneath it. Pitches this one right up, it's driven down the ground, there's a hand on it from Proctor, but it's still travelling well across this outfield, and it will go for 4. Well, that shows you just how well it was timed. Proctor got a decent hand on that, and it's still gone for 4. A lovely straight drive from Tom Price, the kind of drive that you hope the photographers have snapped just at the right point, just to the onside of the stumps. And Price up to 8, 125 for 7.
Gloucestershire creeping towards their target, which is their first target is 178, and Sanderson, I think, has taken his sweater.
Yep, looks like Jack White is charging towards umpire O'Shaughnessy.
No, so he's going to go down to long leg, unless he's going to change ends. I suppose that's one possibility, but if Gloucestershire could see off Proctor and Sanderson, and these two might think they have a sporting chance of getting to that follow-on target. So White will bowl from this Ashley Down Road, and didn't bowl from this end yesterday. Had both his spells from the far end, 10 overs, none for 20, none for 21. So economical, but didn't look the most threatening.
No, and as you say, he bowled with good control, but I can't remember too many plays and misses or false shots against him.
So White runs away from us, got a springy approach, and played out by Van Buuren into the onside. One of those sort of circuitous routes into county cricket. I think he's Cumbrian born, was playing grade cricket in Australia when David Ripley came across him, and then when he went to Northants initially, he had a lot of injury trouble, hence why, you know, at 29 he's played comparatively little first-class cricket. But here he is, born to Van Buuren. That's wide and cut with power by Van Buuren. That will go all the way for 4. It beats Gouldstone, who's on the backward point boundary, and Van Buuren likes the ball in that area where there's width on offer, and probably his most profitable shot. May score as many runs in that area as any.
It didn't look, even in the run-up of White there, like he was completely loose. It looked a little bit stiff in the run-up, and then the ball was absolutely not where to bowl to anyone at this level.
Here's White again, outside the off stump. Just a little bit of shape, taken low by Rossington. They've only got the 2 slips in. They've got Kerrigan and Emilio Gay kind of catching short extra cover and catching mid-wicket. You're looking quizzically at the weather, Ed.
Well, I was just... it seemed just to get a little bit mistier again as we looked out over towards the hill, so I wonder whether we're getting more of that light drizzle again.
White in again, and Van Buuren straighter delivery.
I don't think it's ever going to be enough to go off in, so I mean, not that you would want them to go off at this stage, really. I think it would actually... It probably wouldn't help Northants to take time out of the game, but it might allow Sanderson and Proctor to come back on a bit sooner.
Sanderson down at long leg at the moment, having had 5 overs this morning. And White in his first over, still bowling in a sleeveless sweater.
But I think what it would be is extremely annoying for the bowler to have to run in through, and also the batsman to try and peer through that fine rain. So on the whole, better for everyone that it doesn't start up again.
Van Buuren waits bat raised for White. Slightly different approach from White. He's more, I know that one ball was wide and short, but he's slightly more a back of a length bowler than Sanderson would be. And that may also apply to Taylor too, if and when he is introduced, and that also might be now as well. So a double change from Northants. Proctor also off. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 35. His figures overall this morning, 5 overs for 22 actually this morning. So expensive in a way, but he has taken the 1 wicket to fall, and we're going to see Tom Taylor from the far end.
Yeah, a few of those runs that Proctor's conceded were not full-blooded shots. Here's Tom Taylor, and back of a length, left alone by Price, outside off. Tom Taylor, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 30 in his 2 spells yesterday. He bowled his first from the Bristol Pavilion end, which was a pretty decent spell actually, and then the second spell from the Ashley Down Road end, he was by far the most expensive of the Northants bowlers. Another delivery which can be left pretty comfortably by Tom Price. Taylor was getting the ball to swing decently against the left-handers. He was getting it to swing away from them from round the wicket, but he didn't yesterday have the same variation that Sanderson in particular was able to bring in terms of moving the ball both ways, moving the ball in the air and off the pitch. Tom Taylor bowling, and that's edged by Tom Price along the ground, bounced at least twice before ricocheting off the hands of the second slip fielder Emilio Gay, who has moved a long one to second, and it's Kerrigan who's moved into third slip. A couple of bounces and stopped by Gay, and not able to get a single there was Price. Tom Taylor is in, and forward goes Tom Price, and playing defensively up to mid-on. There's an awful lot of cricket happening today, not just everyone in the Championship, but we'll start off there, where at Cardiff, Essex have wrapped up a thumping victory over Glamorgan by an innings and 74 runs. Tom Taylor in and bowls, driven to mid-off by Tom Price.
And that, of course, is the other game in this group.
Yep. Another pretty shot there, but didn't pick up a run for it. The other game that's actually taking place, of course, the Durham-Surrey match, cancelled due to COVID cases in the Surrey camp. But
that Glamorgan card looks horrible at the top, doesn't it?
It really does. So at the top, 0-0-4-4-8. That's the top 5 in Glamorgan's second innings, as Taylor bowls, back of a length, coming back towards Tom Price, but he leans out of the way of it. So a maiden over to start things off for Tom Taylor today. 50 overs have gone in this innings, 129 for 7. A little bit of fight shown from Chris Cook, who finished unbeaten 47, and Lucas Carey, who made 29 off 17 balls from number 10, having a bit of fun. There's a replay of straight drive there from Tom Price, and he does have a very pleasant technique to watch, and he'll be especially pleased with that straight drive that went for 4 earlier on. As I was rather hoping that we might get a dismissal such as Cook, Bolt, Cook, but that would have been too many Cooks.
But having said that, Sam did get 5 wickets.
He did. 5 for 37. Jamie Porter 3 for 35. So Simon Harmer didn't even need to take a wicket there. And Essex will have, well, perhaps even an extra day and a half compared with Gloucestershire in terms of extra rest ahead of their match on Sunday.
Jack White continuing from this Ashley Down Road end. Yes, Ed will be at Chelmsford on Sunday for the second of these 4 matches in the final phase of the season.
I mean, it's got to feel very good for Essex, hasn't it, with such a short turnaround before the second match in this, to buy yourself that extra day and a half's worth of rest.
And they started this phase top of the pool anyway. In comes White, in the end defended by Van Buuren.
It was, so it was always going to be very hard, even if they didn't start top, to look beyond Essex for winning this second division as is, because really it's such a surprise that they haven't ended up in the top division.
100 balls faced by Van Buuren now. White sees him drive that straight to Carrigan. He's there for the one that's in the air. But Van Buuren kept that one down. So scores elsewhere, sorry.
Well, other headlines. Somerset have been bowled out for 107 by Nottinghamshire. That's in reply to Nottinghamshire's 448. So Notts lead by 341 on first innings and have enforced the follow-on.
Van Buuren waits for White again from this Ashley Down Road end. That's a bit leg side, and the security of having Emilio Gay at that short mid-wicket position is proved worthwhile.
I do remember a game which I think Somerset won, having had the follow-on enforced against them by Nottinghamshire at Taunton. But this is going to take some serious doing.
White in again, once again Van Buuren defending. White's got his line and length a bit more accurate in this over. You said about him, just felt the whole body movement felt a bit rusty. And he's got his rhythm a bit better in this over. Down to 2 slips though. Pretty orthodox field apart from that. Doesn't have a third man. But I say he's got 4 men saving the singles, and the deep fielders are square of the wicket on both sides, and White's not giving him anything to clip away into those areas at the moment. So Van Buuren staying patient. the initial target for Gloucestershire is 178 to make Northants bat in the third innings, and that's the one that went off the edge but played very softly by Tom Price off Taylor in his last over.
3 wickets to fall at Taunton this morning, 2 of them to Brett Hutton, who we saw playing for Northants here last year, albeit briefly. The other 2, Dane Patterson. So the figures make, as you'd imagine when you bowled a side out for 107, very pleasant reading. Only 3 bowlers used by Notts. Fletcher 4 for 21 from 11 overs, Hutton 3 for 42, Patterson also 3 for 42. As there's a shout for leg before wicket here, it looked a little bit high, I must say. That was my first thought, and whether it was also jagging down the leg side, not quite sure. We'll see what we can from the replay here.
I'm with you on the height issue, I think.
I don't think it's actually even struck Tom Price on the pad. I think it might even have struck him on the thigh pad. And whilst he wasn't a mile forwards, I think that surely had to be in the mind of Ian Ramage. Tom Taylor in, and Tom Price has always pretty much let the ball hit the bat there. The only danger with doing that, of course, is playing on, but went straight into the ground and out towards the point region. Other scores from Division 1 as we approach the first hour of the morning. Yorkshire in their first innings against Hampshire at the Ageas Bowl made 243. Hampshire all out for 163 in reply as Taylor bowls a wide delivery, which Price has nothing to do with. Hampshire 163 all out wickets shared around, 3 each for Ben Code and Jordan Thompson, 2 each for Matthew Fisher and Dom Bess. Yorkshire in their second innings are 64 for 1. A lead of 144. So Yorkshire, who entered bottom of Division 1 as a good length ball from Tom Taylor's played once again very softly by Tom Price, just wide of third slip, no run. But Yorkshire, they pretty much had to start things off with a victory if they have any hopes really of taking home the silverware at the end of the season, because they started off on 4.5 points at the bottom of Division 1, Warwickshire leading on 21. So if Yorkshire lost their first match, it looks pretty difficult for them. Tom Taylor in, and that one also coming back towards Tom Price and striking him high up on the thigh pad, and making a few signals as to what that ball did. I think the answer was did a fair bit, and it also did him in the end, but negotiated it to safety. And in the other Division 1 match, Warwickshire made 371. Lancashire in reply going well, 149 for 2. Tom Taylor into Price, no shot, goes through to Rossington, so it's another maiden over. A bit more threat in that over, though, has to be said, than a couple of the previous maiden overs. 129 for 7, the score remains. You see Tom Price 26 balls faced now, 2 scoring shots, both of them boundaries. Van Buuren 40 to his name off 105. For Lancashire, who still trail by 222, so they've still got a bit of work to do there. It's Josh Bohannon who is top scoring for them. He is 74 not out, Dane Villas 23 not out. The only 2 wickets to fall for the Warwickshire point of view, both falling to Liam Norwell, 2 for 23. Both Norwell and Miles playing in that match, which hasn't happened all too often, has to be said.
White then to keep going from this Ashley Down road end, and Van Buuren happy to again play him away out on the offside. Nobody giving an inch here in either team. Gloucestershire have just lost the 1 wicket in the first hour. Time isn't an issue for them. It's more of an issue for Northants, and the runs that they have available to enforce the follow-on are slowly trickling away, pulled by Van Buuren down to Sanderson at long leg. They'll take just the single. It's almost straight to him, so never really a thought of a second run. Just come back to something that I think we may have mentioned on commentary, perhaps against some of the sides who've ended up in the first division at the end of this season. When you get beyond the frontline attack of some of the sides, the quality of the bowlers doesn't go down. And here's White in, and Price just drawn to that, but it just moves away from the right-hander and taken by Rossington. Whereas, I say it quietly perhaps, but Northants don't have the depth amongst all their four seamers that some of the other counties would have. So against Hampshire, for example, if you had Abbott and Wheel, for instance, opening, there's still good backup for those two. Here is White, and again played very softly by Price, and Emilio Gay, who does bowl occasionally, just twirls his arm as he feeds the ball back down the offside to the bowler.
I suppose from Northants' perspective, if you added in Gareth Berg, who's missing due to injury,
and Parnell,
and Wayne Parnell, they're overseas.
Back,
so you know, similar way to Gloucestershire. Actually, you add the overseas bowler in, and then that immediately makes a lot of difference. And a bowler of Berg's quality, of course, you're going to miss.
White, right arm over the wicket. But the stop ball is the one that's going away from the right-hander. The Price and Van Buuren, so they have to. You believe that there might be one that will come back, but it doesn't look to be anything like the stock delivery for White. The one that goes straight on is perhaps the greater concern for them. Price again, and that is the straighter one. No movement really there. And Price again defends. As Ed said, just the two scoring shots, the two boundaries, including the straight drive off Proctor, which went down to the pavilion end. But he's been pretty patient apart from that. And he's 8 not out.
That was a nice slow-mo. At least from Gloucestershire and Graham Van Buuren's perspective, but I think that may have been the one that went straight to cover, so he didn't get any runs for it.
He didn't, but it's a nice looking shot. When you've got to 41 and you're playing the ball as comfortably as that, then it's an encouraging sign. Bit of shoelace tying going on for Van Buuren, and there are the Northants figures. Sanderson and Proctor opened this morning, and now both have been taken out of the attack, and that will be something of a relief to Gloucestershire. Now is the interesting point. Tom Taylor's going to have Rossington standing up.
Well, you're going to have to be sharp with the glove work, because Tom Taylor's not the slowest bowler that you're going to stand up to. Van Buuren just making sure he's got his gloves all set before facing. It's normally a good idea to have your gloves on when you're facing up, as Tom Taylor is in and bowls, and Van Buuren gets one which looks as if it maybe jumped on him, and I wonder if, as much as anything else, they're standing up. Well, they're standing up. Rossington is standing up to Van Buuren because of the fact that he does play the ball in the air a bit, as much as the fact that he might have been batting outside his crease. They're just putting that in Van Buuren's mind of trying to get his feet more grounded almost, as there's a glorious drive through extra cover from Van Buuren. It's heading towards the club office, but it's a long boundary out there. There's a slide, and good work from the fielder. Had to come all the way from mid-off. It's Sanderson on the chase, so having already had Decent length spell this morning. He put in the hard yards there. It would have been quite easy for him just to have watched that cross the boundary, having seen it go past him. Not really put the effort in, but he certainly did. But 3 runs to Van Buuren for a really pleasant drive. And he moves up to 44, 133 for 7. And Tom Price back on to strike. Tom Taylor in, and he bowls back of a length and swaying out the way. Tom Price making sure the gloves and the bat nowhere near the ball.
Rossington obviously standing back. I did hear Ian Harvey, who spoke to the media after the play yesterday, saying, you know, he kind of had no argument with the scoreline. He felt that Northants had outplayed Gloucestershire in the two days play so far. And I wonder whether that was the message in the huddle this morning. You know, come on, let's just make sure we fight as hard as we can here, if nothing else.
Driven by Price, but he's not going to get it past mid-off this time.
You know, if you get a good ball, well, fair enough, but don't give your wickets away cheaply. And actually, the Zafar Gohar, I think, got a pretty decent ball from Luke Proctor. Yes, he didn't move his feet very far, but we have to accept where he bats in the order. There will be frailties to lower order technique.
Tom Taylor past umpire Ramage and in. They're going to take a quick single here, and there's going to be a shot at the stumps, but it's a well-judged single in the end. Van Buuren running to the danger end. There was no hesitation from his point of view, and even if there was a small moment of hesitation from Tom Price, he wasn't the one that was running to the end that mattered. And
these
two legs herring away.
These two added 33 at the moment.
It's about the sort of road runner or something as he ran that quick single there. Van Buuren, Tom Taylor in. That's left alone outside off stump and thuds into the gloves of Rossington, who, I mean, even on that one, he's got to be pretty sharp to take that one cleanly, because bounced a bit on him. But the end of that over from Tom Taylor, 4 runs conceded. I think I might be right in saying that's the first runs he's conceded in his spell there. 134 for 7. Van Buuren 44, Price 9. And what they've managed to do here, which they couldn't do yesterday, was see off the spells of, well, Sanderson in particular, without having serious damage inflicted. You know, I think you are gonna lose wickets to a spell like that, but you've just got to hope it's 1 or 2 rather than 6.
White to Price.
Shot.
That's driven down the ground. That's a nice shot. That's really straight and lovely technique. It's just literally missed the off stump. Could not have been straighter, and it's gone all the way to the boundary in front of the apartments for 4. Here's a rerun of it. Tom Price, not a huge amount of movement of the front foot, but everything right in line, and picked the length beautifully.
The only thing that was a danger there was that he was going to drive it right into the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Price into double figures. Waits again for White, and clips that straight to Simon Kerrigan. That was going though. That was motoring as too. Kerrigan would have felt that. It's a good stop.
That was timed basically as well as the last straight drive, just this time the cover drive brought out, but making a delightful sound off the bat of Tom Price, both those last 2.
Just a little bit careful to rein himself into the deliveries that follow. Play one booming drive like that, you think that I would have play a few more, but pick the right delivery. But Gloucestershire got the runs needed now down to 38, 39 as you were. That's the deficit, so they need 40 to avoid the follow-on. I think this might be the replay again of the Price shot. That's the last delivery.
Yep. They did actually have a bit of an appeal for that one, which was surprising considering it was clearly bat first, given they didn't appeal for one before, which was like that.
White again. Oh, that's in the air, but it's gone 2 bounces to Rob Keogh. That's what they're trying to tease him with.
Yeah, that's the danger, isn't it? Having driven 2 balls as well as that, he then tried to drive a ball there which was not half volley length, and also threw the shot a bit early, whether it was a bit of a change of pace or whether the ball did actually just stop in the pitch. But there's far more danger of that happening, the ball popping up, if you drive a ball that's not quite half volley length.
Carrigan's come right in on the offside, catching short extra cover, but Price has worked that down to the boundary at long leg. A chase round for Sanderson, he just about picks it up, and they'll come back for a couple. Gloucestershire up to 140 for 7th. Target is 178, and then Northants will have to bat in the 3rd innings. Kerrigan was just doing some shoulder loosening a little while ago, but I don't think he's going to be called upon just yet. Rossington, though, is having a chat with Safe Zabe, is that, or is that Vasconcelos down there?
I think it's Vasconcelos.
Not another chat about a ball, surely. The umpires are out towards the mound stand side. Rossington was thinking that, does he have to think about Sanderson again, I wonder?
I think having only bowled him for 5 in his first spell, and knowing the number of overs that he does bowl, he'd have to think in his mind. There was the thought of, maybe I can get him on before lunch again, and then after lunch break maybe somebody else starts after lunch, but then he's also ready to go for a 3rd spell potentially right after.
I think the message to White seemed to be, you might have a breather. Kerrigan's warming up.
Tom Taylor with the keeper up, bowls to Van Buuren down the leg side, and helped on its way down to White at fine leg. So Van Buuren up to 45, 141 for 7. So these two have now put on 40 since the fall of Zafar Gohar, and they've done it in pretty decent time as well, without actually taking a massive number of risks, and they've done that in 11.5 overs as Price dabs away backward of point, picked up by Safe Zabe. So really it's been as good as you might have hoped for from this partnership so far. Gloucestershire probably, you'd feel, obviously they want this to continue, but they'll need one more good partnership from lower down, and there's only, of course, Matt Taylor and Jared Warner to come. Tom Taylor bowls, left alone by Tom Price, and a little bit of an inclination of the hands there, but not much. He decided pretty early he wasn't going to play at it.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. And they're kind of doing 2 things here, aren't they? They're getting Gloucestershire closer and closer to the follow-on target, but they're also soaking up time in the match as well.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the almost as important, you might argue, because if the follow-on were to be enforced, then potentially could be a lot of bowling to be done by Northants. Left alone by Price, a Back of a length delivery, swaying out of the way of it again.
Yeah, Carrigan definitely, I think, is in the thoughts of Rossington here.
Yeah, well, he's got the trust of his captain, so you'd think, you know, the leash, as it were, for both of these seamers would be shorter than perhaps for other teams who perhaps don't have a spinner that they trust as much as Northants do. Kerrigan, Taylor in, and once more Price swaying out the way of it. If it's going to hit anything, it's going to hit the arm guard, nothing else. Kerrigan this season, 19 wickets at 24, under 24, so yeah, I think you'd trust a bowler who'd managed that.
And also good economy rate as well.
Especially seeing as it's of course impossible to bowl spin in April and September, as Simon Harmer keeps proving. As here comes Taylor, he's in and bowls, and that one comes back towards Tom Price, and he makes the adjustment to play it leg side and defend it up towards mid on, and that is the end of the over. There's not a lot of energy, it has to be said, in terms of the walking about between overs here from Northants, but I think possibly because Kerrigan's going to be introduced. Here's the replay of that wonderful straight drive from Tom Price off white, straight as you like, without hitting the stumps. I think that one might be doing the rounds a little bit. Certainly, at least in the Price household.
And maybe on the Gloucestershire Twitter feed as well. Just one more thing to add.
He's just onto it now.
Yeah, one more thing to add to James Harrington's list of things to do. Here's Kerrigan then, to come into the attack for the first time today, and indeed he's only bowled one over in the match. That was from the other end. So here from the Ashley Down Road end with the short straight boundary, he's got a reasonably deep mid on and mid off, and just the one slip. So mid wicket and extra cover both, I suppose they are catching in that area as they're short enough. But here is Kerrigan around the wicket, very short approach, and that's almost on a leg stump full toss, which is paddled away very comfortably by Van Buuren for a couple. Nice ball to get first up. That really was a loosener. Yeah,
it was. Van Buuren not looking to take too many risks with it, with the fielder, or two fielders out deep on the leg side, but a big gap fine on the leg side, and just an easy help round the corner.
Well, there's another poor redirected delivery from Kerrigan, and a simple single for Van Buuren. Up to 48, 6 boundaries in that, and now a short leg in for Tom Price that wasn't there for Van Buuren. And Kerrigan almost walks in and tosses that right up, and again almost on leg stump, and clips straight to White, who is at mid wicket. Kerrigan again pretty leg side, and White able to just work, Price able to work it round the corner to Sanderson for one more.
Yes, you can't really afford to bowl that leg side issue with this field. In for Tom Price, nobody behind square on the leg side other than deep backward square.
Sanderson again. He's away at long leg as Kerrigan wheels in. And says he'll field it off my own bowling, thanks. First one
for somebody to come and pick it up for him.
Wow. Almost the first one that he's got, probably in the right channel. And he's just at the end of the over got things a little straighter, but was a bit of a rusty first over from Kerrigan, truthfully. And Gloucestershire won 45 for 7. So 33 now needed to avoid the follow-on. It did look actually this morning. You kind of compute match situations as or tend to be in sessions, as I tend to think of them, and it looked like if Gloucestershire were going to get to this follow-on target, it was going to take them most of the way until lunch, and that's how it's going to pan out. They might just about get there, they might be just short, but if they can survive until lunch, they'll have almost achieved sort of first base, so to speak.
3 slips still in for Tom Taylor, who bowls to Tom Price, who's forward in defence, picked up by Tom Taylor in his follow through. And these two, we've said they've batted at a very decent tempo still. They've not gone out looking for huge amounts of aggressive shots, but they've had the odd poor ball bowled to them, which they have taken runs off and batted exactly how you'd want them to bat. As forward goes Tom Price, and just guiding that one backward of point, but there is no run. And as Tom Price's innings has gone on, he's looked to play more and more in front of the wicket, whereas at the start he was really looking just to kind of angle the ball through that third man kind of region, but he's brought out the drives as the innings has gone along. That's not there to drive though, and as a consequence he's forward once again and playing defensively. Kerrigan is quite far forward at third slip. I mean, he's at the kind of distance where he's just saying, okay, a ball might hit my hands very hard if it's a back of a length ball that's jabbed at, but I'll take having very little reaction time to that in exchange for, as that's left by Tom Price, goes through to Rossington, in exchange for making sure that the ball is going to carry through to me.
And that was the point you were making yesterday, that Miles Hammond was, I mean,
Kerrigan's
at third, and Emilio Gay, actually, I'm surprised he probably isn't a stride further forward than where he is.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the keeper and the second slip basically level. It looks a little bit more level.
In fact, he's just gone forward half a stride there now.
And then Rossington takes a step forward as well as Taylor bowls a short ball, which Tom Price just watches as it goes well past him and well over the top of him. I mean, I think he's maybe thinking, I might have had a cut at that now, but I think if there's any doubt, just do that. Did prepare the hands, as it were, for the shot, but pulled out of it. And he has shown real discipline so far outside his off stump in that kind of regard. Oh, that one comes back at him, big shout. Not out though, says umpire Ramage. And maybe that one just did too much. That's the last ball of another maiden over from Tom Taylor. Here's the replay of that shout. It's jagged back at him, but yeah. Is it height that was more the issue? It's hard to tell because, of course, it's not directly behind the bowler's arm. It may have still been.
My thought was probably with yours, actually. It did too much.
That was my first thought. I mean, it's difficult to tell leg sidishness not being absolutely right behind the bowler's arm. It's kind of, from one angle, it's always going to look better than it actually was, and then from another angle, it's going to look worse than it actually was.
Ultimately, though, umpire Ramage decided it was not out. And Kerrigan, with that little hop, comes in once more to start his second over. The short leg has gone. Sanderson's up at short fine leg though. And that's more on the spot. He's just clearly hadn't got his set up right at all for those opening 2 or 3 deliveries. It's a bit short this time, worked away by Van Buuren. He might look for the 50th run, but he won't get it. He'll content himself with a single. So just the 1 wicket to fall this morning. And Gloucestershire creeping their way towards the 179, so the 178 that they want to take the follow-on out of the equation. Price waits again for Kerrigan. He's bowled him. Let it go, and Kerrigan has struck for Northants. There's the off stump. I don't think Price expected that, but the spinner into the action, and it's just done enough there. I think perhaps Price thought he was going to go over the top, but he's hit the off stump 3 parts of the way up, misjudged the bounce, and he is out. A good stand, a valuable stand. It's been worth 45, but it's still left Matt Taylor and Jared Warner with a bit to do to support Graham Van Buuren here. 146 for 8. Remember, the initial target is 178.
A good innings from Tom Price again. It's another innings which is kind of fallen around about the same point as a lot of his others. I say a lot of his others, there haven't been that many overall, but in terms of getting that start, getting in and playing some really pleasant shots, but that one just a real misjudgment to a left-arm spinner who has yet to turn a ball, and the ball would have had to have turned a considerable way to have missed off stump. It must have pitched, well, must have pitched to just outside off stump, but it would have had to have turned a fair way not to have hit off stump. And I mean, you can see from the fact that off stump was actually ripped out of the ground. It wasn't just a ball that shaved off stump, it's crashed into it.
So Matt Taylor out at number 10, and I wonder if Kerrigan might think he's got the chance to mop the tail up here. 146 for 8, 2 slips, very, very close. Taylor goes back. That might be a risky policy. And Kerrigan at least is kept out off the last ball of his. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 5. And having started by not getting his radar right at all, at the end of that over, very much on the money. 146 for 8, 2 wickets to fall this morning. Zafar Gohar and now Tom Price. Van Buuren needs 1 for his 50.
45 in 15.5 overs between Van Buuren and Tom Price. Very handy partnership, but if they're going to avoid the follow-on, they need one pretty similar probably from these two. So here's Tom Taylor to Van Buuren on 49, and he works that one into the leg side, but it's fielded by Kerrigan at mid-wicket. He got a ball there which he might have been able to get his 50 off, but just worked it a little too far in front of square to be able to pick up that 1 run that's needed. Rossington still standing up to the stumps and 2 slips for Van Buuren. The deep backward point that they've had for a long time now. Tom Taylor bowling a full ball and forward in defence. Van Buuren keeping that one out, and has it been 1 or 2 balls that deep backward point has fielded? It still feels to me like a slightly unnecessary decision there to save runs which haven't been there to save. But I guess they're wanting to bowl at the other batsman, I suppose they would say. Tom Taylor in and bowls full, and driven by Van Buuren just wide of mid-off, and that is the half-century for Graham Van Buuren when he has been allowed to play this season. He has been terrific, and a look up to the sky there, as well as an acknowledgement to the dressing room and the crowd, who always love to see this man do well. He is such a supportable cricketer, and he's scoring runs very, very well when he's in the team.
Probably heard Terry Blake announce 121 balls and 6 fours.
It's not been the most fluent innings that he's ever played, but it's a sign
It's a grafter's innings, isn't it?
It's a sign of the fact that, you know, he's able to score runs in more than one way, and a sign of a batsman who's feeling confident enough to grit out an innings like that. As Tom Taylor bowls to Matt Taylor, that's left alone, goes through to Rossington. Matt Taylor, who himself has had a very nice season with the bat, made his maiden first-class 50 against Somerset, also made his maiden List A 50 in the Royal London Cup campaign as well.
The average is nearly 16. You could do a 16 here.
Tom Taylor bowls a short ball, and Matt Taylor ducks down underneath that one. It's a bit of a squat with the knees underneath it there, rather than a conventional duck. It looked a little bit like one of those moves that you're given in a amateur musical when you can't dance, he says, from personal experience there.
Have you been given those roles, have you?
No, well, only in my school days. Not afterwards, no. Tom Taylor in and bowls, and there's a strangled shout for leg before here. It was quite high, may also have been inside edge involved, but this has been a good spell from Tom Taylor, and he throws the ball away in some annoyance, having not got a reward for his efforts. But it's a replay of that last one. Matt Taylor kind of neither forward nor back, but I think struck too high, and also, as I say, I think there may have been inside edge involved anyway. 147 for 8. Van Buuren 50 not out.
Obviously, we're pretty close here to the Memorial Ground, Memorial Stadium, home of Bristol Rovers. They played at home last night. I did look at the team sheet for that match. Talking of Taylors, I'll come back to that in a moment. Here's Kerrigan into Van Buuren. The cry was no. So Rovers had a Connor Taylor, Cheltenham had a Will Taylor, and a player called Taylor Perry. So, commentator problems. Here is Kerrigan in and steered away past the only slip of his Vasconcelos for chase for Gouldston down towards the third man boundary, and there'll be a comfortable 2. I think Van Buuren probably happy to take Kerrigan, or happier to take Kerrigan than perhaps Matt Taylor might be. That
one did turn a bit as well, I think. Wyatt took the outside edge. First ball that's turned appreciably, I would say.
Proctor just flexing his calf muscles too. I wonder whether there might be a thought of a dart from somebody at the far end. Change of the seam options. 149 for 8. Gloucestershire need 29 more to avoid the follow-on. White's just gone back out to mid-wicket. Kerrigan stays round the wicket to the right-handers. That's very short, though. That's cracked away. There is a man out. Now Emilio Gay on the deep point boundary, and that brings up the 150. So from 90 for 6, Gloucestershire have added 60 this morning for the loss of 2 wickets, but they still have one genuine batsman out there, and that is the important matter as they try and negotiate this tricky period with 2 slips in for Matt Taylor And Kerrigan to bowl 2, and he goes back and defends adequately. I would say no more than that. He did what he needed to do to the last ball of that over. 150 for 8. The target 178 to avoid the follow-on. And Van Buuren adding a 50 in this match to the 100 that he made in the game against Surrey. And here is the moment at which he raises the bat. I think having got there, certain element perhaps of relief of getting the score, and Tom Taylor is in fact going to be taken off, and Proctor is going to come back from the far end.
Yeah, I think that also shows you why there was that extra frustration in the throwaway of the ball from Tom Taylor after that last over, because not only had he put in a good spell and not taken a wicket, he knew that that was going to be his last. So here's Proctor back into the attack with a very short ball, and we'll see what the call is here. It's got to be at least one for the over, but it looked to be way over Van Buuren's head.
Tennis ball bouncer that was.
He's not the tallest, so I don't know whether that's entered the mind of Steve O'Shaughnessy there, as if to say, well, okay, we doesn't have to bang it in that short to get it over your head, but it looked to be a very short ball there. Proctor in, and that's just going towards the hip of Van Buuren, allowing him to guide leg side. And
Northants want to bowl at the tail ender here, don't they? They don't want Van Buuren on strikers.
Yeah.
As often as possible.
It's hard to say whether that was expressly what Proctor was doing, but it ended up being a little bit like in the, as quite often happens, the last ball of a spinner's over in a T20, where they're just trying to get out of the over. You fire it into the pads and it's just worked for one. Here's Proctor to Matt Taylor. That's a very wide ball outside the off stump. It won't be called a wide because it has to be off the pitch. It seems not to be, but that's about as close to a wide as...
Can I take you back to the Aegeus Bowl? And you're probably faster looking up the card from that game than me. Was it that Gloucestershire were about 4 short of the follow-on and had to follow on in that game?
I had a feeling it might even be fewer than that. Proctor in, and that's defended by Matt Taylor.
I remember it being a tight call.
Yes. It was... I thought that it may even have been one more. I thought...
Well, Ed will just scroll through, but not miss the next ball.
Here's Proctor. Oh, Matt Taylor's had a bit of a flirt with that one, and I don't think he would have been fooling Proctor with his bat raised above his head. So that last ball, yes, it was one run that they needed, and it was Matt Taylor who was on strike, and he'd gone. Let's have a look at the replay of that last one there. I didn't play at that. No, I didn't. This time he certainly hasn't played at it, and he stood there with his bat raised, looking at Proctor that time. That's the end of that over. Nice bit of amusement between one bowler and another. 151 for 8, Van Buuren 54. But yeah, it was one of those agonising watches where I think they'd gone. I mean, I can see exactly, but they must have gone a good 3 or 4 overs without scoring a run, or without scoring many runs, and then he got a short wide ball from Liam Dawson, which looked to be the ball to get it off, and outside edge caught at first slip.
So it could be as tight as that situation as that here. Van Buuren, though, is on strike, waits for Kerrigan, and they'll take the single off the first ball up to Proctor at mid-on.
This is one of those situations, though, where you absolutely could not blame Matt Taylor for trying to hit that ball, because that was the ball to hit. It wasn't his fault for getting out at that point. It was.
They're going to go back to 2 steps for Taylor. The answer is no. They're going to have the the short extra cover and the slip, one slip and a short leg. Kerrigan again around the wicket to Matt Taylor, who just tries to play that as softly as possible. Out on the offside, Vasconcelos and Zabe, I think, are the two fielders in close. A little bit of nice flight from Kerrigan. He's not the tallest man, so the loop he has to effectively develop himself. That's a bit flatter. And again, Matt Taylor defends. He's got to lend some patient support here to Graham Van Buuren. 20 minutes until lunch. And again, Taylor forward. And Tom Taylor is going to move out here now. So they're going to go back into two slips, and they're going to push Rob Keogh out to give Matt Taylor the single if he wants it. And he doesn't. He's not interested. And lets that one go outside the off stump from the last ball of Kerrigan's over. Obviously, if Gloucestershire were to be 9 down, then we would go on beyond 1 o'clock. But as it is at the moment, 152 for 8. They need 26 more to make Northants bat in the third innings. Another chat here now between Kerrigan and skipper Rossington. And another more chat about the ball. Once again, I think we're going to have discussions between the umpires. We had one change of delivery, change of ball already in this session.
Well, again, it's the second time they've discussed it, isn't it? So is that therefore following the rule of 2 that they're going to change it?
It's not going through that.
Well, it's supposed to go through one, and it's supposed to sit
in the other
nicely in the other one.
Well, I'd say that's what it's doing. So I don't think they'll be changing that.
Doesn't look like it. It was certainly going through one, and well, it's difficult to tell how it's sitting from that far away. But what you can definitely say is it went through the one that it was supposed to go through. So still no luck with trying to change it, and it's not as though they've taken a pair of scissors to anything loose or anything else to try to repair the ball. Northants are saying it's out of shape, and the umpires are saying no, it's not. Here's Proctor, bowls full and just guided away into the offside. They're going to think about 2 here, but not going to get it as Zabe springs in off the boundary at deep backward point. So once again, Van Buuren is able to take the single early in the over. First ball in the over for back-to-back overs now, and Matt Taylor facing a lot of the bowling. But I think until the next wicket falls, Van Buuren will not really change the way that he's going about this. Proctor in and back of a length. Well, good length, really, I suppose you would say. But not hitting the stumps and anyway, even if...
We have to bear in mind, this is Jared Warner's first-class debut for Gloucestershire. He's only made 3 previous appearances in first-class cricket, so we don't know a lot about his batting.
Here's Proctor, bowls a short ball, which Matt Taylor ducks. Rossington taking it well away down the leg side, but it did pass Matt Taylor over the helmet.
He's a competitive individual, Proctor, isn't he?
Oh, yes. Well, he's a Lancastrian. Do we need to say any more?
Quite prepared to bowl the really sharp one, the effort ball, as you call it.
Born in Oldham. So there's another delivery which Matt Taylor has nothing to do with, this time outside the off stump. Fuller length, but Matt Taylor is staying very disciplined here so far. Looking like he really does not want to play the shot that gives this away. He's batted for 17 deliveries now without a scoring shot. Proctor bowls, and that's driven firmly. First real moment of aggression from Matt Taylor, but he's not quite managed to pierce the gap between mid-off and cover, and it's picked up at mid-off by Rob Keogh, who's been stationed there pretty much all of the innings. They've sent out deep square leg now, but there we go. I thought somebody else probably was going to be going out, and it's Zabe being sent out to the deep backward point boundary by Rossington with a ordering wave of the glove. Proctor bowls well outside off stump. Oh, he did well to take that, Rossington, because that was actually moving quite late on him. It swung a little bit before it got to Matt Taylor, but more than that after it passed him, and Rossington had to sprawl away one-handed to take it, but really too wide there even to be tempting for Matt Taylor. 153 for 8. The score remains with Van Buuren on 56. We'll see how early he gets off strike this over.
Kerrigan looks like he's going to bowl all the way up to lunch, you'd have thought here. And then wouldn't be surprised if Gloucestershire are still short of the follow-on, if Sanderson would have a burst after lunch. But the spinner has kept things pretty tight so far, as you can see from his figures. He's not had a lot of overs, but pads just being put on by Emilio Gay as he trots out towards the deep cover boundary. Maybe coming back in a lot closer than that, probably at short leg if Taylor gets down the other end. But Van Buuren on strike at the moment, just pushed out onto the offside. So he's got 6 men saving a single here, Kerrigan, and just the one slip, and that could be close, and Van Buuren has gone. Kerrigan gets the important wicket. He's just straightened that, and it's beaten the defensive push of Van Buuren, and Kerrigan now with 2 wickets in this short spell. It's pitching on leg and middle, and straightening and hitting middle stump, I think, according to Steve O'Shaughnessy. And I don't think Graham Van Buuren can have too many arguments about that. A determined effort to get Gloucestershire close to this follow-on figure, but he's out for 56, and it's now left to the last wicket pair.
A good innings from Graham Van Buuren, as I try not to trip over my own headphone cable. Apologies for the clattering noise you may have just heard there. But Van Buuren, another really solid innings there, and I think, of course, disappointment for getting out shy of the follow-on, but I think also there's got to be a certain amount of disappointment, given that if Matt Taylor were the next wicket to fall, there might have been the opportunity for Van Buuren to really try and play a few shots and have a bit of fun out there in terms of really trying to move the score along, but that's not to be. And I think there was a pretty gun barrel straight delivery from Simon Kerrigan, and I thought as soon as there was that thud of ball on pad, he was going to be in serious trouble, and he was. So
now for Jared Warner, we've got a silly point and a short leg to the spinner, and Kerrigan then to the right-handed Warner. Oh, it's fired it down the leg side. Rossington does ask about the stumping.
It's a good take, considering, as you say, it was absolutely fired in from Kerrigan.
Warner waits a little nervously, I'm sure. Kerrigan to bowl to him, and that's just the biggest stride in with the bat angle down. I think we can comfortably say now lunch will be taken when this last wicket falls. We are 10 minutes from lunch, and obviously if at 1 o'clock with Gloucestershire still 9 wickets down, we will keep going. They can survive for 40 minutes, these two. Will have lunch at around about 1:30, but you'd have to say Northamptonshire now, as Kerrigan completes his over with figures of 2 for 9, Northamptonshire would now be favourites, with Gloucestershire still needing 25 to get that last wicket shy of the follow-on total.
Certainly. Jared Warner will need to channel his inner Dom Goodman in order for that not to be the case. He'd have to guess that Matt Taylor would see himself as the more likely to be the run scorer, but whether Matt Taylor decides to change his approach or not remains to be seen. He may just think, I'll just continue to try to survive for as long as I can, and if it means I can get another couple of overs out of Proctor and a couple of overs more into those legs, then that might at least serve Gloucestershire well later on today, as Matt Taylor looks to drive but is not able to beat Simon Kerrigan. And there's one fielder in almost every team that gets twice as much applause and noise made for when they effect a piece of fielding as anyone else, and for Northants it's Simon Kerrigan. They made an awful lot of that stop. Proctor in and bowls, and that one comes back towards Matt Taylor, and he's able to defend it and keep it down, but was looking a little bit dicey for a moment there as it looked to jag back towards Matt Taylor. They are actually in a similar fashion to Van Buuren. They are giving Matt Taylor the single. They clearly want to bowl at Warner. Matt Taylor is forward and able to nudge that one to where a point fielder would have been, but there's only that fielder out on the boundary, so Matt Taylor gets off the mark to his 22nd delivery. But interesting that there's such a concerted effort to bowl to Warner. Perhaps they really do feel like his batting isn't there. 3 slips in place for him, as that's a tester from Proctor, and Warner kept the bat out the way of it, but it would have been quite easy for him to have a little jab at that, and it would have been really too close for a cut shot. Exactly the kind of ball which he might just jab to one of those slips waiting there, or indeed if you try and fend it off, it might pop up off the shoulder of the bat to them. Proctor in and bowls. Oh goodness me, how did that miss? I thought that was gonna clip the top of off stump. It wouldn't be the first time for Proctor. He's searching for the 5 for. I must say I was expecting to see the bails rise up and for that to be that. Tremendous ball from Proctor. Here he is to Warner, wide of the crease, and Warner is comfortably in behind that one, defending it towards the middle of the bat. So the end of another over from Proctor, but now with Kerrigan looking like he may as well bowl for the rest of this innings. He's lessening the workload now for Northants for the rest of the way, which may also be something that they'll do later on today if Gloucestershire can, if they don't manage to make the follow-on target, that is. Gloucestershire will hope to see quite a bit of Kerrigan, but at the same time he can really help out his seam attack by continuing to do what he's done in this spell here.
2 for 9 at the moment from 6 overs, 5 of those overs today, both his wickets today. And Kerrigan, as you can see, with 3 close catches. And Matt Taylor takes the single off the first ball of the over. Out to Sanderson at mid-off. And now Kerrigan has got what he wants really here, is to bowl to Warner. 23 needed to avoid the follow-on. And Warner just gets that off the outside half of the bat, just enough to squeeze it away on the offside. He said 4 minutes to the scheduled lunch, but we'll keep going with 9 wickets down. And Warner again solidly forward. Kerrigan, they want to draw him forward as much as possible. They're going to change the field. They're going to bring Taylor back into slip and move Emilio Gay into sort of a backward point on the 1, just to avoid Warner pinching a single. Kerrigan around the wicket, and Warner again solidly forward. Well, the method for the number 11 ought to be relatively straightforward here, because Kerrigan's going to try and draw him forward all the time. Two steps and a short leg, trying to get his defensive system in line. Warner will hopefully back himself from a Gloucestershire point of view to see out the overs from the left arm spinner. 155 for 9. You can see what the deficit is. So 23 needed to avoid the follow on. 13, it's a long way away, but 13 overs, and Northants would have another new ball if they needed it.
Well, they'd be doing very well to get to that point, these two. And Proctor stalking at the end of his mark, ready to start a new over. Into Matt Taylor he goes, and Taylor is well behind that one in defence, out towards Kerrigan at cover. There's a couple of international matches being played today, well, more than a couple. There's 2 men's T20s, 2 women's T20s. Bangladesh bowled New Zealand out for 60 as Proctor bowls, and forward goes Matt Taylor, and pushing firmly up towards mid-off. So the absolutely extraordinary scorecard for a T20. So New Zealand were 60 all out in 16.5 overs. And in reply, Bangladesh are 23 for 2 in 6.5 overs. ECB pitch inspectors.
Here is Tony Pine.
Here comes Proctor, he bowls, and that's cut by Matt Taylor. And they're going to get at least 2 here, because the fielder was out at deep backward point, and Zabe gets across, but can't do anything to prevent the second run being taken. Just a little bit of width, and Matt Taylor does like that back foot drive through the covers and point region. He moves up to 4, 157 for 9. Proctor into Matt Taylor, and that's squirted a little, but I'll pick up 1 as Kerrigan has to go across to where a deep lying point would be. So Matt Taylor facing 4 balls this over, now hands things over to Jared Warner. 20 more needed to avoid the follow on. Here is Proctor past the umpire, he's in and bowls. A forward press from Warner, playing confidently up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Ireland playing Zimbabwe in another T20 men's, that is, at 3 o'clock that one starts, and the England-New Zealand Women's T20 International Series gets underway today at Chelmsford. That's a 6:30 start there. Proctor bowls short, and Warner gets that helmet out the way of that one. It didn't get up masses, but he made sure he got that tall frame underneath it. And Proctor has already shown on several occasions in this innings that when he wants to bowl a bouncer, it can be a lot sharper than it might perhaps appear in terms of pure pace. So we're now past the 1 o'clock mark, but with 9 wickets down, we shall have 8 overs / half an hour more, theoretically.
Yes, with Carrigan on, certainly the 8 overs shouldn't be an issue from this Ashley Down Road end. Still an interesting discussion for Rossington to have with David Ripley if Northants do get this last wicket. But Taylor goes back to the first ball of a new Carrigan over. Do they think that they would like to crash on and get the runs that hopefully would set them up and to give the bowlers a breather, or do they press on thinking that light may be a problem again later in the day? It's quite bright at the moment, and Kerrigan tosses that up, and again Taylor not tempted. Just the one slip and a short leg for Matt Taylor, but they certainly, Northants have got an attacking mindset for Warner. Kerrigan wheels in again, a little bit wider and steered down towards the third man boundary by Taylor. They'll look for 2, and they'll get a comfortable 2 as Amelia Gay is on the chase. Gloucestershire up to 160. 18 required.
Just getting towards the stage.
Doesn't sound much, does it?
No, where you're starting almost to believe it might happen, which is very dangerous.
18 doesn't sound very many, and I think that's Northants have got a really delicate balance to strike here. They're trying to prevent the singles. Matt Taylor on strike now with 2 slips, and he's forced that, but straight to Gouldstone at short extra. Carrigan, this very short approach in, and that just turns, quite a slow turn, but it does go away from the right-hander. It's the end of the over. Would you be half tempted to throw the ball to Sanders and have a go at Warner, I wonder?
Yeah, you might be. I mean, Proctor's bowled a pretty decent length spell here, so somebody's going to have to come on.
White actually is going to come on at the far end.
Yep, that sun hat of his is coming off. And speaking of which, what is that bright thing up in the sky that's almost thinking about putting in an appearance? I don't think it's a floodlight. It must be something, though.
We haven't seen the sun at any point in this match, but it's as bright now as it's been, I would suggest, across the last 7 sessions of cricket.
Yep, pretty much.
18 needed.
So Jack White returns to the fray. 14 overs for 32 so far as he bowls to Warner, who's forward playing that one defensively. There's one score in particular which is from Division 3. I don't think actually when I was going through the other scores from the County Championship matches I mentioned this one, but Leicestershire taking on Kent. Leicestershire are 19 for 5 in their second innings, needing 366 to win. White bowls to Warner, who's forward, pushing up to mid-on. There's no run there. Kent 232 and 262. Leicestershire 109 and 20 for 5. Matt Milnes 6 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 8. And the Leicestershire scores 0, 1, 2, 5 not out, 4, 0, 2 not out. White bowls, and Warner forward in defence out towards extra cover. There is no Marcus Harris for them, but at the same time, it's a batting lineup which looked to be growing in confidence, really. So I'd imagine that'll be pretty disheartening for Leicestershire fans, who I think would have been rightly feeling their team's made some good progress this year, even though they have ended up in Division 3. White bowls, and that's flicked, I think possibly just off pad down towards short fine leg, but it's another run ticked off. Leg by indeed signalled by Ian Ramage. 161 for 9. Darren Stevens having to take a back seat. Who'd have thought that? With figures of 5.5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6.
Well, Northants had to bowl. This will be the 32nd over of the morning.
Here's White in and left alone by Matt Taylor. Meanwhile, at Taunton, Somerset following on, they're 35 for 1 in their follow-on. It's another wicket for Luke Fletcher. Took 4 for 21 in the first innings and made a half-century with the bat as well. And he took the early wicket of Stephen Davies. So Somerset 1 wicket down in their follow-on, trailing by 306. White trots in and bowls, and Matt Taylor tries to drive through the offside, but has got that towards the bottom of the bat. So 1 off the over, another over goes by. 161 for 9, and it's actually, looking at the other scores around the country, it's pretty much as you were. Lancashire, Warwickshire looks to be heading towards a draw at this stage. 371 plays 215 for 2. It takes something extraordinary in that one. Yorkshire building up a handy lead for Hampshire to chase down. Yorkshire 102 for 1 in their second innings, a lead of 182 there. Those are the Division 1 matches.
Obviously Essex already beaten Glamorgan in this group. The Durham-Surrey match not taking place, as we know. So 2 slips back in, but no short leg now for Warner, as he prepares to face the slow left-arm spin of Kerrigan once more. And again, it's a big stride in. Trying to get bat and pad as close to the other as he can, covering up. Kerrigan in, and that's a beauty. That really has, that's spun quite a lot actually. It's gone from probably off stump, and it's been taken with quite a bit of spit, if I can call it that, by Rossington on the rise. Kerrigan in again, and Warner gets into a better position to play that back up the pitch.
Just a little bit over pitched, that one.
Kerrigan, that was a flatter delivery. And again, Warner trying to get as far forward as he can. That one that did turn would have beaten many a better batsman than Warner. A little bit wider of the crease from Kerrigan there. Gloucestershire still 17 short of the follow-on. Last pair together. Kerrigan again fires that one in a little bit flatter, and Warner again sees out the over. So in theory, 7 overs more. Sorry, as you were, 5 overs more to go until lunch, but they might bowl more than 5 in the 20 minutes with Kerrigan on.
They might well do, with the, as you say, with the spinner going. They may get 9 in, possibly.
In theory, he would bowl 3 of the remaining 5, with White to bowl 2. So it's, you know, every chance they might get a 1 extra over from the seamer if it gets that far.
Yeah, and there's every incentive for them to do it as well, with overs you'd have to say, quite likely to be lost at the end of today again, with, whilst there's been the odd break in the cloud, it's not been much of a break really. Here's Jack White, he bowls to Matt Taylor on the hip, worked into the leg side. They set off quickly in hopes of maybe turning that into 2 at one stage, but it just didn't roll quite far enough away from Keogh, who had to come around to mid-wicket from mid-on.
Do you think the fact that they haven't gone to Sanderson suggests an increasing likelihood that if Gloucestershire are all out short of the follow-on total, Northants are going to enforce it?
Yeah, it may well do. I mean, he's only bowled 5 overs this morning, hasn't he? It's not been a huge workload for him. White bowls and left by Warner through to Rossington. Maybe just about bounced actually before it got to him. But yeah, I think they're obviously trying to at least keep him fresh, and I think really I still find it hard to deviate from our collective thinking of Northants' best chance to win this is by enforcing the follow-on and bowling as well second time around. Here's White into Warner. Once again, Warner is defending out towards cover.
Even if that means that they are left to chase something.
Yes,
tomorrow
yeah, exactly.
afternoon.
Because tomorrow is when, at least from the forecast that I looked at last night, that's when we may actually get a full day's play in with, at least from the, as I say, from the forecast I looked at, it was actually getting brighter as the day went on. White past the umpire, and Warner is going to get off the mark as he guides that one wide of the slip cordon. Be fielded by Kerrigan from deep backward point, but a single to Jared Warner.
Yes, it's quite late tomorrow, but the one app that I would generally use, which is one of the main ones, suggests sunshine from about 4 o'clock.
Yeah. So every chance that we could be going on later tomorrow. Of course, a minimum of 96. They can't add on more tomorrow, as that's short and cut by Matt Taylor, but there's nobody at point despite the cries of catch. So they'll pick up a single as it goes out to deep backward point. Matt Taylor on to 9, and 14 more runs needed to avoid the follow-on by Gloucestershire. It's the 1 ball remaining in this Jack White over, but the weather clearly has to play some sort of a part in it, and when the bowling conditions are likely to be best in. White in, and in behind it, Warner defending comfortably enough. 3 runs off the over, still 14 more needed to avoid the follow-on. 164 for 9, 9 now to Matt Taylor and 1 to Jared Warner, and you'd have to think that with a new ball, Northants would be thinking that they might be able to get the ball doing as much as they did with that new ball yesterday, whereas potentially you might be bowling in more sunny conditions, trying to get wickets late on the final day. So, yeah, every reason, I think, really, to enforce the follow-on.
Ethan Rice has come out as 12th man. Rob Keogh's just gone off the field temporarily. And here is Kerrigan with his 2 slips, and Matt Taylor very nearly drags that on. That was inside half of the bat. You could hear the ooh from the Northants fielders.
Very quick, skidded on. Excellent change of pace from Kerrigan.
Matt Taylor waits for him again, and that's more the, dare I say, the stock pace from Kerrigan. Doesn't give the batsman much time to set themselves in between deliveries. If the West Country author Stephen Chalk was here, You'd be talking about Bomber Wells going through and over in a minute and a half. Kerrigan again to Taylor. In fact, it wouldn't take Kerrigan much longer than a minute and a half, actually, if you played out 6 dot balls. He's bowled 4 in this over already, as you can see. Matt Taylor again, just forward, and ball dribbles out little more than the dribble really to Emilio Gay. That backward point saving the 1. Tossed up by Kerrigan, but does hit the pad. It was comfortably going down the leg, so I might put a stopwatch on Kerrigan's next over actually, and just be interesting to see how long it actually takes him from the moment he actually starts his run for the first ball. Anyway,
was that the story of trying to get through the over from start to finish whilst the bells of, I want to say Worcester Cathedral, somewhere like that? There's a story of somebody trying to get through and over in between the first and last peals of the bell.
Well, there we are.
I think at 12 o'clock.
Really? Okay.
And managing it, much to whichever captain it was displeasure. I'm afraid, remember exactly who that was or where that was, but I remember reading about that. Anyways, as quickly as they got through that last over, they're now slowing things up a bit, because it looked as though, well, both Tom Taylor and Jack White were standing as if either of them might bowl, and it looks as though
Taylor, I think.
Yeah, he's got the ball in his hand, and Jack White's now strolling off towards mid-on. So a bit of a change of thought process for Taylor, because he's going to have a third man now in place, and point is going to be up inside the circle, as it were. And the first ball to Warner from Tom Taylor, back of a length and rising up to play out to Zabe at backward point is Jared Warner.
So in theory, Northants have got to get to 76 overs for us to go to lunch. So 2 overs and 5 balls. They've got 12 minutes to do that. But with Kerrigan on, they may well get another one in if these two are still together.
Tom Taylor to Warner, who's forward, playing that one quite nicely into the cover region.
14 doesn't sound many, does it? You think, well, could we get those just by being patient and waiting for the ball that allows us to pick up a single here and there?
Yeah, that's certainly the way that they've gone about it so far, and it's also, I think, forced Northants to think about now their field in terms of saving those singles here and there that Gloucestershire have been picking up. Won't pick up one there though, but it's another delivery which Warner's met in stout defence. And that's his 31st ball that he's faced. So at the moment, Jared Warner is definitely channeling his inner Dom Goodman. A little bit more to go yet though. Tom Taylor bowls and Warner forward and defending out towards cover.
I can think of another Yorkshireman who might quite like a defensive stroke like that.
Right, I should have mentioned the second component of that partnership. But it's been overall this morning a morning which Gloucestershire will be pretty pleased by, given where they started. Tom Taylor bowls. Once again, it's a good length ball. Warner just withdrawing the hand off the bat there. I don't think it struck the glove, but just sending a vibration through the bat possibly. But really, as long as the ball's kept out, I'm not sure that Jared Warner will mind too much.
I think they will only be, to use your word, I think they'll only be pleased with the morning if they can actually get to the target.
Tom Taylor bowls, left alone outside the off stump. So that is another maiden from Tom Taylor, who I think he's only conceded 6 runs today. I think he
24 runs last night. 24 runs last night, I think.
Oh, was it right?
That's Matt Taylor just with his scoring shots off Jack White. And more chat between the batsmen. They know the situation out there. Probably 3 overs to go until lunch rather than the 2 that Northants have to bowl. Can they get to lunch and then just reassess how they're going to get the remaining runs they need to get to the follow-on? 2 slips remain in for Matt Taylor. Again defends.
Now it's his 8 overs for 6 runs
Today
for Tom Taylor.
Hasn't got a wicket though, and Kerrigan, who's got 2, striving for the extra one that would take us into the next phase of this match, and the game doesn't move forward until either Gloucestershire get to 178 or the wicket falls. Tossed up, and Taylor says, I'll take a single up to Sanderson at mid-off. It was fleetingly in the air.
Yeah, he's tried to tempt him with one just a little bit wider, and he's trying to bring those 2 slips into play. But, well, if they're going to have the mid-off and mid-on that far back, then it's going to have to be chipped quite some distance for them to take a catch.
Warner waits for Kerrigan around the wicket, and again he gets quite a long way forward, Jared Warner, and there is just a little bit of watery, very watery sunshine out there for the first time in the match. They call for another helmet, I think. Gouldstone's going to come in for the conclusion, the last 2 balls of this Kerrigan over. So I imagine he will be coming into, I say short leg, he might go to Silly Point actually. Yes, he is. They're going to just leave the 1 slip. And he's very close. Kerrigan then again to Warner. That was just a bit too leg stump, and it was able to be played away into the safe area on the leg side. Warner just making sure he's happy with his stance, and again he's only really been beaten by the 1 ball from Kerrigan that literally spat and went past the outside edge, but apart from that he's just dug in and been quite prepared to just defend and not worry about the board at all. He's faced 37 balls and he's kept Matt Taylor company since Graham van Buuren was out, with the score at 153 for 9. Yes, they've only added 12, but they've got Gloucestershire halfway from where they were to where they need to get to.
During that over, one of the Northants fielders said 5 to the new one. So I think what they're trying to do by saying that is try to get Matt Taylor and or Jared Warner to play a few shots, because they're afraid of that second new ball. Tom Taylor bowls back of a length from Tom Taylor, but Matt Taylor gets the hands underneath it. I don't think that will change what Matt Taylor and Jared Warner do, but Northants are hoping that they can put that thought in their mind. But, well, they'd dearly love to take it to that point, if not the follow-on, because then that might force them to bowl Sanderson when it looks as though they really don't want to. Tom Taylor bowls and Matt Taylor forward in defence out to extra cover picked up.
And yes, we can see the shadows of the players from the sunshine.
It's not the floodlights, no. Tom Taylor a bit miserly today. I'd feel he deserves a wicket in the column. He almost got it there. That was a waft from Matt Taylor. It was the first time really that he's shown a moment of ill discipline in this innings, which has now reached 50 balls, but it was a wide delivery which was not a half volley, and exactly the kind of delivery that could have been nicked, but it wasn't. Here's Tom Taylor, he bowls, and another rising delivery which Matt Taylor gets up onto his toes to play behind point, picked up by Saif Zaib, almost at the point of removing the coat, but I know that as soon as I do that the sun will go in. Does make a difference. Kerrigan is going to have to rattle through his next over if they're going to get another one out of this, with still 2 balls left in this one, as Matt Taylor watches that one go by. Just a little bit tighter to off stump, but not too tight really.
And to be fair to Northants, most sides would only get the 8 overs in that you're allowed.
Yep.
And some might struggle to get the 8, and the fact if they're going to get 9, well, which they almost certainly will do if Matt Taylor can see this delivery out.
Here it is, and oh, that struck Matt Taylor on the gloves, as once again Tom Taylor testing out the middle of the pitch. Looks to have given him a rap on the right hand. Just removing that glove, that made that sickening thud of ball onto glove sound, caught him flush, and hopefully those fingers are okay. It's the end of that Tom Taylor over, 165 for 9, and if Simon Kerrigan had any thoughts about zipping through an over in a minute and a half, I suspect that may have been taken away. Well, no, in fact I thought that Matt Taylor might just call the physio out anyway, but that hasn't happened, and well, just gone to 129, so Kerrigan has got around about 50 seconds to bowl this over.
Let's see how he gets on. 2 slips in. Gloucestershire need 13 to avoid the follow-on. It's tossed up by Kerrigan. So more than he would have wanted to, ideally, because he's given Warner the single off the first ball, and he probably didn't want to do that.
No, he certainly didn't want to bowl a leg stump half volley.
It's a floaty one. 166 for 9. 178 is the target. Matt Taylor, I think, will be just defending from here and to make sure that Northants have got to come out again after lunch. Kerrigan to Taylor, who works that just out to Emilio Gay. Tossed right up by Kerrigan this time. A real floater. Almost a Yorker length ball, but it was almost above the eye line for a while.
Yes, it's not quite Jeremy Snape levels, but plenty of flight.
Kerrigan again. Again, that's tossed right up and defended by Matt Taylor. So it looks as if Gloucestershire, they will be short of the follow-on target at lunch, but they will still have a chance of getting to it with these last 2 together, and they have got to the break, and unless they've said that there was an over in progress, they've bowled 8 overs as we understood it.
The only thing I can think of, was it half an hour from 2 minutes past 1? I think that...
As in the over was in progress
yes,
at 1 o'clock.
the over was in progress
so
after 1 o'clock.
So it's 8 overs after that. But
Yeah.
I wrote down 68.
But in terms of time, though, I'm talking in terms of time. So the extra half hour, which comes first, we're still 1 minute shy of it, I reckon.
True.
So I think
that's possibly true.
The extra half hour would finish, rather than at bang on 1:30, it would have been at 1:32, and the clock's just ticked 1:31. Right, Tom Taylor in and bowls, and Warner goes forward and plays up to mid-on. They don't make it easy, this stuff, do they? I mean, you know, the extra half hour from 1:02.
From the point at which the over that's in progress at 1 o'clock ends, rather than 1 o'clock.
Yep. Yep. Here is Tom Taylor in and bowls. Warner angles that one, not quite past the fielder, who is Zabe. And thought for one moment that might just squeeze through for a quick single, but Zabe is quite far behind square there at point. He's a very backward point. They've also got the third man in, so it would only have been 1, but they need 12 to get. Every single is vital. Tom Taylor in and bowls, well wide of off stump, and Warner pretty much set on defence here, just content to leave. There's only 2 scoring shots. There have been a little dab which went wide of the slip cordon for 1, and then that leg stump half volley which was just quietly turned into the leg side off Kerrigan. I don't think he's really even looked to play a really forcing shot. There was one push drive. That's a very short ball, which Warner ducks underneath, but it's going to be called just 1 for the over. And
so these two have faced 98 balls between them.
So 2 deliveries remaining in this over. That makes things nice and neat. Tom Taylor past the umpire, bowls another very short ball, which once again Jared Warner ducks underneath. He's shown no sign that he's going to go after a short delivery like that. So that's his second 1 for the over. And I don't think that he would have bowled 3 short deliveries in a row anyway, but if he does bowl another one over shoulder height, it'll be called a no ball. This, I'm pretty confident, is the last ball before lunch. Tom Taylor in and bowls, and Warner forward in defence. They thought about a quick single, which wasn't there, but they didn't really think for too long, and my confidence perhaps was misplaced.
So the only thing I can think of here is, because we were adding time from the other days, have the umpires fixed lunch late, and that we weren't starting from a point where...
Right.
Where
so they may have you're thinking they may have decided actually lunch at 1:15, extra half hour to 1:40. So now we have absolutely no idea.
Now we have no. We actually now don't know at all.
Because the one thing that sometimes doesn't happen is that the umpires tell the
scorers
tell the PA announcer who might.
Yeah.
Some people might like actually to know what time lunch is.
Kerrigan, though, to continue, that's tossed up, and it's driven by, well, no great weight of shot by Matt Taylor up to mid-off.
So now we're just, along with, I hope, everybody else at home. If not, then people are maybe shouting at us and saying this is what's happening.
Kerrigan again. This is the 79th over. And in theory, a new ball is due after 1 more. Kerrigan wheeling in. His 12th over today. 2 wickets, that's flatter, and again not much bounce that time, and Taylor defending. He's taken 2 for 14 overall, Simon Kerrigan. Still the 2 slips in, and that's too wide for, I'm sure, Kerrigan's own liking, and indeed his captain's as well. 12 required for Gloucestershire to avoid the follow-on. The last wicket pair together. And they're going to come down for at least one more over, so I wonder whether we are working to a position where they may have said 10 past 1 lunch, in which case we'd be working to 1:40 then, wouldn't we?
I thought for one moment that Steve O'Shaughnessy was going to remove the bails there, but then he didn't. So
we are as much.
I'm lost.
Yeah, we are as much in the dark because there was no announcement, nothing from the umpires at the start of play as to how they were to split the sessions. Bearing in mind that we have 8 overs extra added to today for time lost on the 2 previous days.
Tom Taylor to continue. He bowls a short ball, which Warner sways out of the way of. He looks up quite late, actually, Jared Warner. This is the second time when I've thought, is he going to pull out here because he's not ready? But that's obviously just what Jared Warner does. Looks down until quite late, doesn't like to stare at the bowler coming all the way in at him. Clearly, the short ball is the plan at the moment, and he's guided that one down, and it's a good hand at second slip from Emilio Gay, but they're able to get 167 for 9, 11 more runs needed to avoid the follow-on. And I think actually I said it was a good hand, I mean, it was, but with the third man in place would probably only have been 1 anyway. Tom Taylor to Matt Taylor, who drives off the back foot without a huge amount of timing, and it's picked up by Zabe at backward point. There's no run there either. Really, this kind of short ball plan from Tom Taylor. We'll see whether it produces dividends, but as he bowls another full ball here, which Matt Taylor's in behind, just been no inclination from either of these two to do just that. Right, we have clarification. So this is the last over, according to what the scorers have been told before lunch. Tom Taylor bowls, left alone, coming back in a little towards Matt Taylor, but I don't think it was as close as the slip cordon hoped it might have been.
So I would suggest then they were working to a 10 past 1 lunch. That would be my impression.
If this ball is bowled, then it will be
30 minutes.
1:39.
Well, they've worked that out.
Matt Taylor facing, and that's defended away towards mid-off. It rolls up to the fielder there. 1 run off the over, 11 more needed to avoid the follow-on. Yeah. Still no sign that the umpires are going to remove the bails yet.
So I think that
it was 140 then that they were working
Ian
towards.
Ramage is standing to see if the clock is going to get to 140 by the time Steve O'Shaughnessy gets in position, and it does. And it does.
It did.
So they're going to go off. So there we are. Gloucestershire have got to lunch. They will probably, you would think, be facing a new ball after it, and they still need 11 to avoid the follow-on. They scored 77 this morning in an extended session. Session extended by 40 minutes, in fact. So the rate of scoring has not been brisk, but it's been quite tense cricket. Graham Van Buuren, the last man out for 56. Since when? These last wicket pair have added 14 together in 15 overs and 4 balls. Taylor has 10, Warner has 3. the other men out this morning. Zafar Gohar, who's first out to Proctor, LBW for 7, and Tom Price bowled in Carrigan's first over for, I think it was his first over for 16. The ball from him let go by Price and striking the off stump halfway up. 167 for 9 of 80 overs. It's still tense, isn't it, for the next 20 minutes or so until we know whether that follow-on has been avoided or not.
Yep, it is. It should be an interesting watch, I think, in the afternoon session. And I think the Gloucestershire faithful were getting quite hungry there, judging by the reaction to lunch finally being taken. Well, we got there eventually, and so did Gloucestershire. So overall, I think you'd have to say, given that things were looking pretty bleak this morning, it's been a decent batting display this morning. Graham van Buuren played very nicely for his 56. Terrific to see him scoring runs, as ever, just from a Gloucestershire point of view. Tom Price played some pleasing shots, stuck out there for a fair while, and now it's 10 and 11, trying to get Gloucestershire to crawl over that follow-on mark.
So when we resume at 2:20, there will be 62 overs left in the day, and that is the part of the equation that Adam Rossington has to work out, depending on when they take this last wicket. Will it be, does he put Gloucestershire in again, or will it be, what will their batting approach be? How aggressive will they be as they try and build a match-winning lead? Join us again just before 2:20, and there on the screen details of the graphic of the ODI to be played here in a couple of weeks' time between England and New Zealand. Tickets for that match still available, but at lunch, Gloucestershire 167 for 9. The last wicket pair of Matt Taylor and Jared Warner trying to get another 11 to avoid the follow-on. We'll be back with you just before 2:20. Gloucestershire needing 366. wouldn't want.
No.
They'd have been wanting to be batting an hour ago.
And they also wouldn't have wanted Sanderson to have to come back into the attack. They tried everything that they could to avoid having to use him. Jack White continuing bowling to Matt Taylor, who covers up in behind that one. And when it's been on the stumps, both these two have had really no thought in their mind other than keep it out. There's been the odd little guide down through the gully area, but for the most part it's needed to be quite leg-side-ish really for them to go after it at all. That is leg-side-ish, and there's a appeal here, but I don't think Jack White ever actually appealed himself. There was a attempt, I think, to con the umpire from those behind the stumps. Not sure whether it maybe did just flick that pad.
The slips went up first. Rossington kind of followed.
Jack White kind of peeled off and round, and nothing from him. Here's White. Bowls. A little bit of shape there, but Matt Taylor could leave it alone on its original line anyway, even if it hadn't moved away. Sanderson, at least so far, and I mean, yes, we're still very early into this new ball. Sanderson hadn't got the movement that he'd got at this stage already with the new ball yesterday. I mean, yes, I appreciate it takes time for the new ball to start moving, but it didn't really when Sanderson bowled with it yesterday. White delivers, and that's clipped away by Matt Taylor down towards fine leg. So one more run to the total.
One boundary away.
Not totally sure that Jared Warner will be thinking in those terms.
No, but you know, one streaky edge.
Indeed. Well, I think that's another good reason for having, as Northants do, third man and fine leg. Cover is open. 4 runs needed to avoid the follow-on. White to Warner, and oh, there's hesitation here. Matt Taylor's going to have to get back. The throw goes into the non-striker's end, but Matt Taylor would have been home. In the end, it was a good thing that that was the way round that the mix-up happened, because Matt Taylor had the time to get back, and Warner was the one who hadn't come down so far. If it had been the other way round, then that would probably have been the end of the innings. Here is the last ball of this over. White to Warner, who leaves outside off. Once again, just a hint, and it was only a hint of movement away from Jared Warner, but White, he'd like that really to be more of a hint of in-swing, I'd suggest, because if it's been wide of off-stump, these two, with about one notable exception, have just let it go.
Yes, at the moment, Sanderson 3 for 32 from 18 overs, White 0 for 41 from 18, Tom Taylor 0 for 37 from 17, Proctor 4 for 41 from 18, Kerrigan 2 for 14 from 13. So all pretty miserly, and that's let go by Matt Taylor outside the off stump. 4 needed to avoid the follow on.
And you do have to be a little bit more careful with Sanderson, I'd suggest, than White, who you've tended to know which way the ball's likely to be moving, but Sanderson has the ability to bring that ball back, so you can't necessarily just leave it because of where it's on its line originally. From
the Ashley Down Road end, that's just, in fact, that's straightened quite nicely.
I think
not a real Jaffa of a delivery, but that's just a good ball that would cause top order batsmen to play and miss, as opposed to number 10s as Taylor is.
I think it's possibly also because of that last delivery that Matt Taylor's felt he had to play at that one which was the one that shaped away, and I'm sure that's why Sanderson bowled that ball.
3 slips crouching, but Taylor just pushes that into the offside. Rob Keogh does the fielding. He's not had a bowl yet, and you have to feel that unless these two are in for a really long stay, he probably won't be getting one. I wonder what if they were to get to the next 4 runs, do they then open up, or do they just keep batting as they are?
I'd suggest
They'll just keep going.
probably the latter, yeah.
Sanderson in, that's squeezed away by Taylor. He thinks about 2 here, but there is not 2 there because White's onto it pretty quickly and gets his return in. So 1 more, but they've been chiefly getting them in singles anyway. 3 needed to make Northants bat in the 3rd innings. Warner on 6. Waits, and again that makes a pretty solid crack on the bat as it goes out into the offside for Keogh to field.
Yeah, a little bit of gentle away swing, but I know I bang on endlessly about shallow angle of the bat, but Warner's done that really well in this innings, and it was there again in that last defensive shot.
Sanderson pushes off from the end of his run. In again, and that's just leg side enough that Warner can squeeze another single. 176 for 9. Now it's agonisingly close, isn't it? 2 needed to avoid the follow-on. 178, remember, is the target. And 176 for 9, having been 90 for 6 at the start of play. Players out today: Zafar, Gohar, LBW to Proctor for 7. Tom Price bowled by Kerrigan for 16, and Graham Van Buuren LBW to Kerrigan for 56. And when he was out, Gloucestershire still needed 25 to avoid the follow-on. They have got 23 of them.
Here's White bowling to Warner, who drops that into the leg side and then motions as if to ask Matt Taylor whether there's a single there. There certainly isn't, but once again just keeping things out, and there was a little bit of bounce there, but there's no short leg for him to have to worry about at least, so if it is dug into the ribs, well, there's really only the fielder at mid-wicket who might be at all in play. White bowls leg side and clipped away by Warner, and this is going to be the 2 runs that Gloucestershire need. It's going to be hauled in just before the boundary rope, but 2 runs was all they needed to avoid the follow-on. And warm applause from the crowd here. That's, I'm sure, pleased them, having turned up today possibly thinking that they may see Gloucestershire meet with very little resistance, but these last 2 have performed admirably, especially, but Graham Van Buuren with terrific work with his half-century, as well as Warner guiding that one just wide of the slip cordon, but not with enough pace to get 1 more for it. Warner up to 9, Matt Taylor 15. So now we see, I just do think they are going to look to continue to wear these bowlers down as much as possible now. White to the crease. Oh, that's a sharp delivery, which Warner's, well, he thought about fending it off to start with, and then it just passed his left arm, it looked like. I don't think there was any glove or bat too near it, as it turned out, but it's that nasty length that lower order / tail enders hate to face. It's almost easier facing a genuine bouncer. Here's White, he bowls, and Warner tucks into the leg side. They'll take a quick single here. There'll be nothing that the fielder at mid-wicket can do about that. And so Warner into, not into double figures actually, it was obviously just off his thigh pad. Warner still remaining on 9, but one more run onto the Gloucestershire total. And the last ball of another over. White to Matt Taylor, who pushes into the wide open space in the covers, and they'll get another run. Matt Taylor keeps the strike, 4 runs off that over, 3 off the bat. 180 for 9. Matt Taylor 16, Jared Warner 9.
Yeah, and every over that Gloucestershire take out of the game is making things harder and harder for Northants in terms of trying to force a result out of it. Obviously they will be now batting in the 3rd innings, and they have to weigh up whether they want to bat aggressively and tease Gloucestershire with some sort of a chase tomorrow. And if they do that, how many do they need? What's the equation they're looking for? Sanderson to continue, and that's chopped down to 3rd man by Matt Taylor, just for 1 run. At least Northants know that their bowlers will be won't be bowling for the rest of today, I wouldn't have thought.
No, no. That's small comfort to them, I'm sure. I don't think Matt Taylor would have played that shot had the follow-on not already been avoided, so there's been it's a little opening up of things now.
Short from Sanderson. It's very rare that he's bowled a short ball in this innings at all. This is his 20th over, and you count them on one hand and have plenty of fingers over the number of balls he's banged in like that. That might almost be the first one.
Yeah, well, he's certainly not tried that to the top order batsman very much at all, because, well, he hasn't needed to as much as anything else.
Warner waits and steers that one away into the same gap, just letting the angle of the bat and the pace of the ball take it down to 3rd man. I think that's Gouldstone down there. And I were just debating over lunch whether Northants might think that maybe a 270 or 280 chase on the last day might keep Gloucestershire interested and almost give them a better chance of winning the game. We're all short from Sanderson again. This time to Matt Taylor, but he keeps it down well. And I always used to think in his playing days that Paul Collingwood, when he was at Durham, was one of the most inventive, aggressive captain with his declarations. Always would try and feel that giving the opposition a chance gave you the best chance of winning, rather than literally shutting them out, so that it became an attacking side against a defensive side, so to speak. Again, it's defended by Matt Taylor. That's the Rossington conundrum now, isn't it? You know, here we are at nearly 2:45. 10 minutes between innings, depending on when this last wicket falls. There is the possibility that they might lose some time tonight. How many overs are they going to have to bat? You know, might they get a little more than 30 overs perhaps to build the lead? They really would need to be aggressive with their batting. That's a nice shot. Put into the gap on the offside. It'll be 1 run. Didn't quite time it as I thought it had gone off the bat initially. Zabe does the fielding. But Gloucestershire, well, I'd say they're taking time out of the game, they're squeezing the lead, and they're genuinely and indeed generally frustrating the opposition.
Yep, and they've already forced another bowling change. It looks as though Tom Taylor is going to replace Jack White from the Bristol Pavilion end. Tom Taylor, who's been very miserly in this, well, saying this, in his spell today.
Got a long email from Simon. It might take us a while to get through it. Various ideas in it, so we'll
that sounds,
we'll get to that in a second.
Like something to settle into in the afternoon session. Who knows? We may or may not have a 10-minute break coming up in the future, but
all sorts of concepts here.
Who knows?
Sorry for the length of his email, he says.
Tom Taylor to Matt Taylor. It's full and driven up towards mid-off. No time.
Okay, so here's the reasoning. I'm in hospital in Bath, so I have some time to ramble while waiting for my operation. Simon, I hope it goes well, whatever it is. But he does say thank you for your coverage. Definitely one of the best streams. So that's good to hear. Thoughts on the county season this season and moving forward? I agree that the One Day Cup was wonderful. The attendances have been good. The scheduling of the later rounds and the final made it impossible for spectators to plan ahead. The final must be on a Saturday, he says.
That is a beauty. Meanwhile, here from Tom Taylor. Having said that, Matt, he did, I guess, poke a little bit at it, and then I think he had a bit of a smirk towards Tom Taylor, who's bowled without luck, it has to be said, today.
And I think we'd concur with that. We saw some very good cricket in the Royal London.
Yes.
But it was very concertinaed in the knockout stages in terms of the scheduling.
Yeah, definitely. Tom Taylor is in, and Matt tries to guide that into the gap in the covers. Can't quite pick it. There's no run. And actually, I think it is something which won't be the case next year, at least. The one thing I do know that has definitely been said is that the final will not be on a Thursday.
It will be on a Saturday.
But I haven't heard anything yet as to whether the gaps will be extended for the playoffs and the semi-finals. Tom Taylor in, and that's tucked into the leg side by Matt Taylor, but he won't pick up a run.
Okay, T20 Blast, Simon says, to remain as played in 2021.
Yeah, well, I think that's quite likely, personally.
Championship. How many balls left in this over? 2. The present conference system has been a success in my view. It gives all counties the opportunity to win the championship. This might dissuade some of the talent at the less fashionable counties from seeking contracts elsewhere. Some have suggested that the second stage is irrelevant for the centres in Division 2 and 3.
Bouncer from Tom Taylor, but nothing to do with it there.
But in my view, this is erroneous. As the Essex captain recently said, when you put on the Essex shirt, you are always determined to win. I can also say that although Gloucestershire have played many so-called irrelevant matches in the past, there's never been a lack of effort, and these matches have always been competitive. I hope that, as in the Royal London, the talented young players will be given the opportunity to develop. Going forward, if the system is abandoned and we return to 2 divisions, there is a real problem as how do you decide which division a county should compete in? For example, Notts could in theory be champions this season, but were, I think, destined for life in Division 2 pre-COVID.
Yeah, that last bit is one of the big issues that you would have to decide if you did go back to 2 divisions. But I guess the whole thing about that is that the pride in the shirt kind of argument, as it were, which is, I hear it, I understand it, but the people that would like to go back to 2 divisions would say to that, it doesn't really matter what the players think, because the players, as professional cricketers, should be going out every time and trying to win and do their best. It's whether the fans agree with them in a way.
And whether they think it's interesting enough.
Yes. Clearly, our correspondent is one of those that does, but it's a question of, is it enough for me? And we can't make that call yet because we're only 3 days into the first round.
There is a column called Other Thoughts. Get to that next. Sanderson to continue. To Warner, who again defends out on the leg side. Gloucestershire having got past the follow-on total. And now, I suppose the next target is, could they get a batting point?
Indeed.
as a member, I'm very happy with the management and progress of the club. Will Brown is an exceptional chief executive, says Simon. Keeping him is as important as keeping our players. I think I concur with that. I think Will's done a great job.
Yeah, I would too.
Sanderson, he's not giving anything loose away here, as has been the case really throughout all his bowling in this innings.
And stepping back, of course, having said that, as far as possible from, from the fact that we are commentating for the Gloucestershire stream.
Yeah, but
Gloucestershire.
But I'm getting comments at various points through the season.
Yes, of course.
When contracts are announced, or where the running of the Cheltenham Festival, for example, people saying, frankly, well done. Again, no ball this time from Sanderson. A rare overstep. And Gloucestershire's total advances to 185 for 9. On the field, we need to sign a red ball spinner. The reason we are not in Division 1 is because Leicestershire and Surrey were able to repair friendly wickets, not just because they have accomplished spinners, but with the knowledge that there is no risk of doing so. No risk of doing so because of the absence of the same in the Gloucestershire lineup. Sanderson, short this time, ducked underneath by Jared Warner. In other words, they saw no slow bowler threat effectively in the Gloucestershire sides when they saw the squads picked.
Yeah, with those two, I would have loved to have seen what would have happened if one of the two tosses had been reversed. I would have loved to have seen what a spin attack of Phillips, Smith,
Van Buuren
would have done. Well, Van Buuren, if he'd been available, yes, would have done at Grace Road, for example.
Again, defended by Warner. I'm right to think that Gloucestershire could have played Van Buuren, but they'd have had to leave Dan Worrell out.
Yes, yep, that would have been the issue with both the Surrey and Leicestershire matches, yep.
And Simon concludes, finally the 100, my initial gloomy pre-tournament thoughts on the format and the competition have been wrong. It's here to stay, he says. There is a little more to that, which I'll get to in a moment. Here's Sanderson again, and Warner presents the not quite an absolutely straight bat, but it was perfectly straight enough to defend out on the offside. It's here to stay. I enjoyed watching it on television, though I would be unlikely to attend as a spectator. I think that to prevent the migration of the best players to the 100 venues where they have a greater chance of being involved, we need a West Country team with fixtures shared between Taunton and Bristol. I remember a few years ago Will Brown suggested this as a possibility, and we've been intrigued to know if there have been any developments suggesting any progress. Here is Sanderson in, that's a little bit wider. Warner could have really thrown the bat at that in another situation, but he didn't, and it was just played quietly out on the offside. Thanks again for the coverage. It's been a pleasure to listen to you. Simon, thank you. Lots of thoughts in that email. Well constructed, a lot of it well thought out.
Yeah.
And
we like to receive emails like that. It's not rambling at all.
No, someone who's actually looked at the various parts of the cricketing pie and said what he likes and says which needs to be cooked a bit better, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, quite. Well, Tom
I hope your operation goes well too, by the way.
Yes.
Whenever that may be.
Whatever it is as well, yeah. So here is Tom Taylor in bowls full, driven by Matt Taylor into the gap in the covers. Are they going to pinch a second run here? Yes, they are. And with Keogh running backwards and trying his best to keep his feet underneath him out there, they were always going to come back for that second run. So Matt Taylor moves on to 20, 187 for 9. I think the thing about the West Country 100 team, I read various bits and pieces here and there, so this is only just from what I've gathered together from what I've seen as Tom Taylor is in and bowls. That comes back towards Matt Taylor, but his nurdle into the covers will not produce a run.
Do you think it's going to go from 8 to 10 if it goes anywhere?
I've heard some suggesting that yes, it will, and that it's happening very soon. Others saying potentially COVID especially might be a reason for it not to. It depends on that situation. it's wait and see, I think. Tom Taylor bowl short and ducked underneath by Matt Taylor. But I think what we can say is that from everything that along those lines that has been written and said, that West Country, Bristol/Taunton, but particularly Bristol, and Durham would be the two venues if it were to go up two more teams. And whether the time is right or not, as that's driven away by Matt Taylor. He's got this one comfortably through the gap, timed pleasantly, but it will just bring him a couple more runs. He moves up to 22, 189 for 9. I'm sure there'll be some saying that it's not time in terms of those who are staunch proponents of the 100. Some of them would say it's not time to go up to 10 teams, and I think the main question is, from the women's side of things, would you want, is 10 teams going to affect the quality so much that you wouldn't want to have the 10 teams in? I think a lot, again, it goes back to COVID. If you can have the overseas players come back in, then I think it doesn't. Tom Taylor bowls round the wicket now to Matt Taylor, but he doesn't really get that one up high enough to trouble Matt Taylor, who can just work it leg side for another single. 190 now for 9. But if we're in the same situation as this year, where overseas players are severely restricted, then it might be tough. You would, I mean, the other thing to throw, I suppose, in from that perspective is that's a short ball from Tom Taylor. Warner ducks underneath and has a little look back towards Tom Taylor. A word or two exchanged perhaps there. 5 runs off the over, 190 for 9 after 90 overs of the Gloucestershire innings. But I suppose the other thing to throw in there, though, is that there will have been another off-season's worth of training as the women's game becomes more professionalised, more contracts get handed out, etc. I don't know. Is 1 year enough? Maybe 2 years? I don't know. It's an ongoing thing, and for people who are far more intelligent than I am to decide.
One player who you would have thought was well placed to be in the 100 is to leave his county to, quote, pursue a different career. I'm reading on social media. Ross Whiteley is to leave Worcestershire.
Right. Gosh. That is a surprise.
Yeah, so a different career path, actually just outside cricket. Change at the Ashley Down Road end. Luke Proctor back into the attack. First time with the second new ball. And Gloucestershire needing 10 runs for a batting point. The best stand of the innings as it stands at the moment is 44 between Van Buuren and Tom Price. If you get a batting point, these two will get past that. Proctor in and steered away by Taylor once more for a single. These two haven't struck a boundary between them, but it's been tactically it's been a very important knock, and from the position in the game it will have recovered morale a little bit after yesterday. Proctor in, that's let go by Warner, well outside the off stump. I don't know what the longest time is he's batted, Jared Warner. Has he batted for an hour and a half before, I wonder, anywhere?
Well, perhaps in club cricket.
Yeah, maybe in club cricket.
I suspect probably in club cricket, really. I mean, judging by his technique, you'd imagine he could score quite a lot of runs in club cricket.
Proctor to him again. Oh, he's let that go. That was coming right back in. It's a good leave, you might argue. There are only 2 types of leave, a good one and a bad one, and that was a good one.
Again, I was expecting the bails to come flying up behind Jared Warner, but Well, quite. It didn't hit the stump, so I could leave it.
38 these two have added for the last wicket. To him again, edged and caught by Vasconcelos, and Northants are heading off. Finally, they've got through, and a 5th wicket for Luke Proctor. So he finishes with 5. Vasconcelos gets the catch, and Gloucestershire's resistance ends. 10.5 overs after the lunch interval, which, considering where they were at 90 for 6 and also at 153 for 9, that's been a stoic effort. Matt Taylor walks off 24 not out, and Gloucestershire all out for 191. Proctor finishing with 5 for 42.
4th time in his career that he's taken 5 wickets, and there was a point where Sanderson had removed the first 3 and somebody else had to step up and get into the wickets, really, and it's been Proctor who has bowled very sharply as well at times. He's really found good pace in this pitch, actually, no matter which end he's bowled. He moved the ball about, he bowled some quite sharp short deliveries as well, and fully deserving of his 5-wicket haul.
Now on the screen in front of me, and I'm sure to my naked eye, I thought it was Warner that was out last, and that left Matt Taylor 24 not out, but I'm seeing an alternative source which is not that way, but there is confirmation on the card. Warner finally out for 10, and Matt Taylor 24 not out in the end. So with the loss of the overs between innings, the overs remaining in the day now stands, if that has been moved,
it'll be 49.
At 40 will be 49. It still says 52 on the board at the moment, but it will go down to 49. So Northants have got to work out what they want out of this situation, because they've been unable to enforce the follow-on. It's 136 is the lead. I wonder if they feel that they might be able to get as far as a lead of 300 in that available time. A lot will depend on how much play we have, and of course if the tea interval is at 4 o'clock, they're going to have a spell of about 50 minutes, then 20 minutes taken out of the game, and then they're really at the behest of the weather.
Yes, and the other point to make is that potentially if the floodlights come on, then we may have a period where the bowling conditions are especially good, and Northants trying to score quickly during that time could potentially get themselves into a bit of bother, because if for example, if the sun were to come out on the final day, or if we were to have generally brighter conditions, you might think perhaps that day 4 might be the better time to bat, and that all of a sudden a slightly larger score in the 4th innings might be possible. So this is kind of what Northants have to weigh up, really, isn't it? Do they go quite hard at it and try and get quick runs, or do they give themselves a bit of time now, see where they are towards the end of the day, try and keep, effectively almost play it a bit like a one-day chase where you try and keep wickets in hand, and then potentially you can send in the likes of Rossington, for example, or Zabe, or somebody like that who could potentially even come up the order, and then you could really go for it towards the end of the day if you have wickets in hand. Yeah. Or do they come out positively from the start? It's tough to know what they'll decide.
And this is me often thinking as a bowler rather than a batsman, which perhaps tells you where I played my club cricket. If I was in the Northants bowling attack, I think I'd want to have the potential of 2 new balls tomorrow, and not have a chase which is, say, 70 overs where you've only got 1 new ball and you haven't got a secondary threat at some point later in the day. So I think the emphasis really is on the Northants side to basically come out and put bat to ball pretty quickly, so that it will be a longer chase tomorrow and they have more time to bowl Gloucestershire out.
Well, the one thing you would say, though, is that particularly the opening combination, both Vasconcelos and Gay, you look at their strike rates for the season, they don't score slowly anyway. They don't come out and look to block things. They're both scoring at well over 3 and over, even without necessarily trying to. So assuming Gloucestershire don't bowl very well, they may find themselves rattling along at a pretty decent rate, over 4 and over, without really taking massive amounts of risks and going away from what they normally like to do in terms of their natural game as batsmen.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating scenario in terms of how Northants go about it, or they could go very cautious and say, well, we haven't been able to force the follow on, we'll just make sure that we don't lose the game. But I think I get the impression that Adam Rossington isn't that sort of captain. 90 for 6 Gloucestershire at the start of play today. The men out today: Zafar, Gohar, LBW to Proctor for 7, Tom Price bowled by Kerrigan for 16, Graham Van Buuren LBW to Kerrigan for 56. At that stage it was 153 for 9. Remember, this follow-on target was 178. And then finally Jared Warner caught by Vasconcelos off Proctor for 10. Matt Taylor 24 not out. That last wicket stand put on 38, and it was very, very valuable as well. Sanderson 21 overs 7 maidens 3 for 39. Luke Proctor 18 overs and 5 balls 5 maidens 5 for 42, and Simon Kerrigan 13 overs 5 maidens 2 for 14 were the wicket takers. Jack White 19 overs for 44 and Tom Taylor 19 overs for 42, both wicketless. Just the one other score that we absolutely know is a confirmed result at the moment, and that was the other game in this group, which Essex won by an innings and plenty this morning, bowling out Glamorgan cheaply before lunch on the third day. Any of those other games, Ed, looking as though they're heading towards a definitive result?
Yeah, I mean, the one that's closest at the moment is the Leicestershire-Kent game, which is in Division 3. Leicestershire putting up a little bit of resistance now with Ben Mike, who is 68 not out off 47 balls with 11 fours and 2 sixes, batting along with Ed Barnes at the moment, who has been part of another defiant late-order partnership this season. I think that was against Somerset at Taunton, but they've gone from 20 for 6 to 125 for 7, so Leicestershire at least putting some sort of a fight up against Kent. Now they still need 261 more runs to win with just 3 wickets in hand, but Kent in their second innings, Darren Stevens made 107 not out from 70 balls, 13 fours, 6 sixes, so I think I'm right in saying that is Stevens' 3rd century of the season. It's at least his 3rd, unless he's made another one that I've forgotten about, and 2 of them have come in, well, double quick time. Amazing stuff from Darren Stevens as usual. He's taken 1 wicket in the Leicestershire second innings as well. Meanwhile, in Division 1,
please welcome back the umpires, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Ian Ramage.
As we welcome back the umpires, of course. Somerset are 64 for 4 now, following on against Nottinghamshire. So Notts 448 in their first innings, a century for Liam Patterson-White. Somerset 107 all out in their first innings, and in their second go around 64 for 4, as I say, with the top 4 all out. 2 more wickets for Fletcher, 1 each for Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson. And Lancashire have lost a few wickets now. They were going along very nicely in their reply to Warwickshire's first innings score of 371. They've gone from 244 for 2. Lancs are now 291 for 6. Bohannon is 146 not out. Vilas made 67. But there's been a little clatter of wickets that might just give Warwickshire hope of forcing a result in that game. And in the other Division 1 match, Yorkshire 146 for 2 in their second innings. Cola Cadmore is 62 not out. So Yorkshire lead Hampshire by 226 with 8 first innings wickets remaining. So that's going to be a fight for Hampshire to try and save that game. And in Division 3, Middlesex 194 for 8 in their second go-around against Derbyshire. That's a lead of 271. Sussex on top still just about against Worcestershire. They're at 160 ahead with 5 wickets in hand.
Might just get you to go back to that Warwickshire card in a moment against Lancashire, but Ryan Higgins will open the bowling for Gloucestershire in this second innings. Remember, they're 136 behind, and Vasconcelos and Gay are opening the Northants batting, and Vasconcelos wants to get away straight away with a single, but he won't do it. And fielded by Ben Charles. Did I see Liam Norwell?
Yes.
Cleaning up
in
there.
Fact,
not quite
you
cleaning
saw
up.
The name Norwell 5 times and the name Miles once. So Lancashire's second innings, Norwell has taken 5 for 55 and Craig Miles took the other wicket that has just fallen of George Lavelle.
So Vasconcelos on strike, 3 slips for Ryan Higgins around the wicket from the Ashley Down Road end, and then that little dab out on the offside fielded by Charlesworth. So I say all our information is that there will be 50 minutes in this session for Northants to bat up until tea, but overall, in theory, 49 overs left on the day, although we've lost quite a few later on. So on days 1 and 2, Higgins in again and down the leg side, and that will be 4. It might be 4 byes. Anything off the pad? No, it's gone all the way past a dive of James Bracey and down to the pavilion rope for 4. Not inconceivable that although it says 49 overs, Northants, if they got much more than 30, they'd probably be doing pretty well actually, based on the last 2 days. Maybe even mightn't get that, so they've got to work out how they go about this. Vasconcelos still gets to get off the mark and defends here. I suppose, yes, as you said, there is the possibility that if they got really aggressive, they might be in a horrible position where they were 80 for 5.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you're having to bat to survive enough time that...
And then the equation becomes a bit different for them, but we'll see. It's not just about how they bat, it's about how Gloucestershire bowl as well.
Of course, yeah.
How difficult can they make it for them to get into that dominant position?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's actually the biggest factor, perhaps, for me, because, as I say, these two are naturally fast scoring. I'd have thought there would be an element of, right, we need to see what Higgins is doing with this new ball here.
Around the wicket, and Vasconcelos pushes at that. It was wide enough that he didn't need to play it, and Emilio Gay's already worked out that he doesn't need his sweater out there after 1 over. That comes one of the Northants squad to take it from him, and Tom Price is going to share the new ball with Ryan Higgins. And after his spell yesterday, I think he took, from memory, 2 for 18 in that spell yesterday, he's probably earned that honour. Yeah,
I think he has. I was kind of in my mind thinking maybe they would just go back to the first innings. It was a slightly special case with Matt Taylor having had to resume an over, and then he just kept bowling yesterday. But it turns out that, as you say, Tom Price, who bowled extremely well in that spell, is going to be given the chance to take that new ball. So Emilio Gay, a tall left-hander, is on strike. And Price bowls to him full and punched hard up to mid-on, and no run, but a confident first ball faced there by Emilio Gay. I reckon if you can get your first ball away like that, even if it doesn't go for a run, you're probably feeling like it might be your day. Here is Tom Price. Moves in now and bowls. Once again, Gay's on drive. That picks out mid-on. A good start from Emilio Gay and Tom Price, who had his career best figures overall, 4 for 72 in the first innings, looking to back that up with some more wickets here and some early strikes that would potentially put a little bit of fear in the Northants dressing room. Price in, and ooh, he's been turned around by that one, as Emilio Gay is clipped it to mid-on, having looked to roll the wrists on it. And do you remember that happening a couple of times in the first innings, where he kind of moves as if to roll the wrists on it, but the bat face stays presented pretty much to the bowler, so it ends up going straight down the ground. Here is Price. He bowls, driven on the bounce back to Tom Price, who ends up lobbing the ball into the hands of Bracey. Emilio Gay clearly thought that the ball might be travelling towards him at a rate of knots and took cover. But like I say, I know a few bowlers who would have used any excuse to throw that ball. Light just getting a little bit more gloomy, but it's still perfectly playable at the moment. Price bowls forward in defence. Goes Gay, but inside edge onto pad there, I think, actually. Maybe inside edge might be a bit pushing it, but inside half of the bat onto pad, and a tidy start this so far.
It might be another day where the umpires ask for the lights to go on at tea time, so that when we come out after tea, they're up to full power.
3 slips go down. Price bowls, and Gay nudges into the offside, but straight to backward point, and there's no run there as it's picked up by Van Buuren. So a maiden over from Tom Price, 4 without loss, the 4 runs being byes, so it is back-to-back maidens technically to start things off from Gloucestershire, but with the exception of that one ball which was speared down the leg side, it has been a decent start this. And Northants, if they are looking to get on with it at the moment, this is exactly the kind of bowling that Gloucestershire need to frustrate them for a bit.
Yeah, Price is down at long leg at the moment. There's no third man for Ryan Higgins. Spectators sprinkled on the Hammond roof. And he's going round the wicket. Big appeal for an LBW, but from quite wide. I'm not surprised that umpire Ramage said no. Going for the angle of Higgins' arm here. He's very wide of the crease. Going down the leg side, I think.
I think it was certainly worth a shout. Although, perhaps maybe not quite the 3 that it looked like. Having said that, Ramage hadn't actually shaken his head.
That's the ball. That's the ball that Higgins wants to be bowling. To Vasconcelos, just drawing him forward. Bracey with a comfortable take. And as frustrated as he might have been by the last delivery, this is the response that you want. Didn't move a great deal, just the angle was everything there. Warner, Hammond and Lace go down in the slips, but nothing doing. Again, strikes Vasconcelos on the pad. And over the last 3 days, we have noticed this with the light. It just it almost goes up and down in sometimes in 5 and 10 minute spells. You think it's just lifting a little, and then 10 minutes later it may just feel as if it's a bit more gloomy again. And even from Price's last over, it just looks to be just a touch brighter.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it really is almost, yes, as you say, just a few minutes by a few minutes. We've got it's a textured blanket of cloud, just leading to a few brighter and darker periods, but I don't think there's any danger of the sun coming out.
Higgins past umpire Ramage, and that's again on the pad, but the appeal was only from behind the stumps. Nothing that interested Higgins there. If you've been with us most of the day, you'll kind of know the story. Gloucestershire 90 for 6 at the outset, needing to get to 178 to avoid the follow-on. They were 9 down for 153, and then Jared Warner and Matt Taylor got them past the follow-on total. That's a nice gun. Another nice delivery from Higgins, going away off the seam. And one big optimistic shout turned down, and twice he's generally say got them moral victory over Vasconcelos in that over. So Gloucestershire got to 191 when Warner was out for last out for 10. Matt Taylor 24 not out. Graham Van Buuren made 56. Proctor 5 for 42. So the deficit, or the advantage to Northants, as you wish, 136. And with 49 overs left on the day, plus tomorrow, of course, to try and fashion a result. And it's still Northants who are trying to drive this. The question is, how much can Gloucestershire hold them up?
Price to Gay, driven down the ground. Oh, that's a terrific piece of fielding off his own bowling from Tom Price. I think my back would have gone out if I'd tried to do that, but he's arrested his momentum in his follow-through and then managed to reach full length to his right to stop that. And he's particularly off Emilio Gay, actually. Tom Price has denied Gay at least 3 or 4 boundaries down the ground throughout his 2 innings in this match, as they leave outside the off stump this time from Gay, with Price angling it across from over the wicket. And really that's about the first ball which Emilio Gay hasn't had to play at. Everything so far from Price other than that has been right on the stumps. Gay facing as Price, pardon me, as he clips that one to mid-wicket. That's a really good stop though from Charlesworth, who extended himself out to stop that one. And the pressure, which is, I think, must surely be beginning to build on these openers, is kept on. It was sweetly timed by Emilio Gay, but Charlesworth with the stop. Price bowls, and he's bowled him. He's played on. The bails just rolled off the stumps. It was an uncertain poke from Emilio Gay, and the ball just running down into the ground and onto the stumps. The replay here, inside edge, maybe onto pad actually, and then down onto the ground and into the stumps. The only question was it going to hit the stumps hard enough for the bails to come off? Because occasionally, more than occasionally, you do see that. But Gay has to go, having made a duck, and Tom Price has a wicket without conceding a run, and Northants 4 for 1.
Yeah, still no runs off the bat in this Northants' second innings. And the hero with the ball, Luke Proctor, will come out now to replace him. The left-handers continuing. So in the North, so Gloucester got obviously had 4 at their top order. Northants have got their top 3 all left-handers. Here's Proctor on his way out. Sometimes you have to make your own luck a little bit as a bowler, You know, yes, you can bowl an absolute peach of a delivery that beats a batsman all ends up and knocks the off stump out, and sometimes you get a bit of fortune when you force him to play an errant stroke and the ball runs your way, and that was a little bit like that with Tom Price. But you take those moments. He bowled a couple of nice deliveries to get wickets in the first innings, so he's earned that bit of fortune, and here's a chance to bowl at Proctor now, with Northants losing an early wicket as they, one assumes, pursue a declaration. One assumes that's going to be their challenge here.
Proctor facing Price, and he's beaten him first ball with a ball which was coming back, and Bracey taking it one-handed, lying on the floor sideways. And that not only coming close to the outside edge, but not a million miles off the stumps either.
Look at where Bracey is standing as well, and where he took that ball.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. It's going quite a long way down the leg side from where he is.
Proctor's got a pretty open stance, and he faces now, will get off the mark here with a squeeze into the leg side. Be picked up by Charlesworth, effectively on the edge of where a 30-yard circle would be. That's the first run off the bat for Northamptonshire, but terrific over from Price, and it's produced the wicket of Emilio Gay that already you'd think means that Northants aren't quite as in control of this as they might possibly have been. 5 for 1 after 4 overs, and it really does look as if they may have to think about seeing off a good little period here if Gloucestershire can keep this up.
Well, this is going to be a spell probably right through until tea for Higgins and possibly Price, depending on how his stint goes. They'll get a single as Proctor works that to the wicket taker down at, well, I say long leg, he's almost deep backward square down there. Not all that many in the man stand today, just a few dotted about. And I know from watching the cricket on the other side of the ground that often the seats around the apartments are more populated than the man stand sometimes. If you feel a bit closer to the play here than you may be on that side of the ground, where you're along, particularly with the boundaries being as square as and as long as they are square with the wicket.
Yeah, certainly that's the closest that you can get.
Higgins still with 3 slips, and Vasconcelos nearly drove round that. In the end, he got it away round his pads out to Price. He'll come back for a second run. There's a very long throw. It's almost too long and well backed up by Tom Lace.
I was actually thinking
Price apologises.
Sorry, and I was just thinking first ball of the over, actually, the single. Higgins might not be too disappointed because he's been able to work over Vasconcelos a little bit. Bowled a terrific over to him last time. Might not be too disappointed he's back on strike.
Outside the off stump, and Vasconcelos he's a bat twiddler. Lights just slowly coming into action. So that's a pretty early call from the umpires here at 25 past 3, just after. Higgins onto the pads of Vasconcelos. That's clipped into the gap at mid-wicket. There's a chase for Matt Taylor. They'll get 2. They might even get 3, but they're not going to risk it on the throw, which is quickly on its way.
I think that one, along with the one that was fired down leg side, really the only 2 poor balls that Gloucestershire have bowled so far, but it's the kind of standard that I think is going to be needed.
Higgins exclusively around the wicket at the moment. Vasconcelos gets to the end of that over on 4, Proctor on 2. Emilio gave the man out, and there you can see the overall lead for Northants, 146. We've had 5 overs, so there are 44 in theory left in the day. It would be a minor miracle if we got that far, I think.
I think so, yeah. Even if it is perhaps marginally brighter at this point today than it was yesterday. Here's Price to Proctor, who leaves that one as just continues on its way past his off stump and through to James Bracey. But then, as we've pointed out already, really, in 5 minutes' time, it may look just as dark as it did then. But we're almost at the point, if you're Gloucestershire, where it might actually be not... Well, you certainly wouldn't be as happy to go off as you would be if you'd hadn't avoided the follow-on. Price to Proctor, that's pulled away by Proctor, and it's going to go towards wide long leg for 4 runs. So he was out, Luke Proctor, pulling off Tom Price in the first innings, but Price gave him the opportunity in the second innings and he took it. It didn't get up a huge amount, that one, from Price, around about hip height, maybe slightly higher than that, but didn't get up particularly high on Proctor. I mean, having said that, I don't know that his dismissal in the first innings did particularly, not much more than that. But a boundary to Proctor, he moves to 6. Tom Price 2. Proctor, there's a shout for leg before here, but even though it's probably hitting leg stump, you'd have to think it's surely pitched outside leg.
I think that was probably Steve O'Shaughnessy's view as well.
Well, I think it's smashing into leg stump. It's hit Proctor quite far back, and also I think it maybe hit him on the back leg, but Price knew immediately as well, really, that he wasn't going to get it. It must have pitched outside leg stump. Here's Price in and bowls. Ooh, that's an interesting shot from Proctor. I think it was a shot, much as... Well, in fact, he's rehearsing almost exactly the same shot. It's a prime shot to play if you'd like to play it onto your own stumps, I would have said. Kind of hanging the bat out to dry, quite close to him. The ball was, I mean. So it's not really a cut shot, and it's not really a drive. It looked like almost an attempted late cut, but a very odd shot. Price is in. And Proctor works that one on the way onto the leg side, and they probably could have pinched a quick single there if Vasconcelos had set off for it, but he didn't. Maybe just another indication there of perhaps being a little bit more on the back foot than a lead of 150 with 9 wickets in hand might lead you to believe. Last ball of another testing over from Price. He bowls and beats Proctor with one that just nips away. That was the kind of delivery that Sanderson was bowling with regularity to the Gloucestershire left-handers, but this one didn't find the edge. But a pretty full delivery from Tom Price, but not half volley length by any means, and just leaving the forward push of Proctor and through to Bracey. 6 overs gone, 14 for 1, and we will, I believe, have a quick look at the wicket of Emilio Gay. This from the camera on the club office. Yep, the ball was actually travelling with a fair bit of pace, absolutely no question that the bails were going to come off there, but Gay going forward but not decisively forward, bottom edge, onto pad, onto stumps.
Higgins having done some repair work to the front foot mark where his front foot is coming down with some sawdust. Continuing from this Ashley Down road end. Yes, I think I stand by what I said earlier. I think if Northants bat for 30 overs tonight, given the weather we've had for the last 2 nights, I think they will be fortunate. Higgins in. And again, Vasconcelos defends. So to that end, maybe they just do say, well, okay, we'll bat normally and we'll see where we get to at the end of the day, and then we can work out what the overs and runs scenario is tomorrow. But I say, for fear of repeating myself, in the back of my mind, if I was the captain, I would want a second new ball option later in the day. So they wouldn't be batting for long tomorrow in that scenario. Nice ball from Higgins outside the off stump, just coming back, albeit a bit late. It was a seam movement and it kept going after it passed the batsman, so it was not quite as dangerous, but the idea was the one that Higgins would want. Two left-handers, and he's just trying to keep a consistent line here. Vasconcelos up to mid-off where Chris Dent is doing the fielding, still with that protection on that index finger on his left hand.
Does look rather rude, actually, from from that particular angle with the one finger sort of protruding out.
Against Vasconcelos, that's a good leave, you would argue. Outside the off stump, let it go. But they aren't chasing this as much as perhaps I thought they might. Overall lead is exactly 150. Higgins or Vasconcelos very nearly got into a spot of bother there, but he got it away off the outside half of the bat. It's going to go all the way to the rope for 4. Well, we've seen far better shots get 4 runs than that today, notably that straight drive from Tom Price, which you can see on our Twitter feed from earlier on when he batted. But here, he got right round that. It really should have felt as if he should have played it round his pad into the onside, but in the end he squeezed it away almost off the toe end all along the floor, and it beat the slip cordon and away in front of the scoreboard on the Kennington Avenue side, the small scoreboard for 4. A touch fortunate, I think.
You know what I would have said? I would have said he got himself into the wrong position, but actually I thought he kind of guided that a bit more personally, but I there we go. Price 2. Oh, Proctor, and that's dropped by Hammond at second slip. Well, Price doing everything right in this spell and should have had his second of the spell outside the off stump, drawing Proctor into the drive, and yes, low down, but very catchable indeed. And Gloucestershire's catching has really let them down this match in the slips. Price in and bowls to Proctor, who leaves a good length ball outside off stump.
If you saw at the top of your screen Miles Hammond kick an imaginary rugby ball after that last incident, he has dropped 3 chances of differing grades of difficulty, but I think 2 of them he would definitely expect to catch on another day. The one that was right-handed, the right-handed one to the one-handed one was more difficult, but 2 you'd describe as regulation.
Price bowls to Proctor, who flicks away towards backward square leg, and he'll pick up a single. Proctor moves to 7, but yeah, and I think of the 3, this one was actually the most, well, in terms of height, I would say it was the highest off the ground as well, and therefore probably you'd say it was the easiest of the chances. Well, Tom Price has got to, I guess, in a way, bail out his slip cordon here. Falling to Vasconcelos now, who dabs that one away towards point, but won't pick up a run as Zafar Gohar picks the ball up from cover.
All sorts of techniques in the slips, aren't there? They're the players who literally put their hands on their knees until the very last moment. The players who basically start with the hands on the floor and come up to the ball, and that seems to be the one that you would probably back most of the time. I don't think Hammond is either of those.
Price in. Vasconcelos comes forward, but despite his best efforts, he can't pick a gap on the offside, and it's picked up by Dent at wide mid-off.
The feeling always seemed to be that if your hands are on the floor when you start, it's easier to come up than go down.
Yeah, I think it probably depends, doesn't it, where you're catching. Because if you're catching in Australia, for example, then you probably want to be quite upright, because it's likely to be fizzing at you around about your shoulder height. You're far more likely to be taking it, well, far more likely, but you are quite likely to be taking it palms up. Price in and bowls. Vasconcelos drops that one away into the covers once more, but will not pick up a run. Applause for the over from Tom Price, because it should have been another successful one. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6. But, well, he's not the only Gloucestershire bowler who could have added a virtual wicket to their name in this match. There we go. Drop catches do happen, and I guess as a bowler you've kind of got to get used to that. At 19 for 1 after 8 overs, it's been a really good start from Gloucestershire, this with a new ball, and they would feel like they bowled well enough to have 2 wickets on the board already.
Wiggins striving for that second one, and Proxy just plays that to Van Buuren at short mid wicket. Warner, Hammond and Lace are the 3 slips. Lace hasn't had anything go his way at all. Warner's had one which he spilled, and one which he took in the first innings. Hammond, I think he's 2 catches and 3 drops, I think, at the moment. So a lot has gone in his direction. Worked away by Proctor down to deep backwards square, and again Price has got a really powerful arm from out. That's a long boundary out there. And he's had one throw that's gone over James Bracey and been backed up by Tom Lace, and that one Bracey's leaping at it to take it one-handed.
Yeah, I was really trying to dissuade them from coming back for the 2 the next time there with that one, because they were always making it back. But that's certainly in their knowledge now.
18 minutes until the tea interval. Gloucestershire would love another wicket before that if they could. Should have had one, of course. But with the lights now up to full power, then it really will be a question when we come out again at 20 past 4 whether there will be a fuller session than the last 2 evenings. Well, again, that's moved after it's gone past the stumps from Ryan Higgins. Bracey diving away down the leg side.
You do a couple of things, this kind of in-swing, if you look at the replay here, but I mean, in the end it wasn't actually that close to off stump, but you see how far across his stumps Proctor is there, so if you can wrap him on the pad trying to work into the leg side, he'll be in business.
Taking off stump, he's gone down there, and that's it, affirmatively answered by umpire Ramage. Off an off stump line, exactly right, Ed. You can beat the twirl of the bat to get the ball away on the leg side, and you're in business. Oh, I hit him on the front pad again. Proctor's not gone forward very far, and umpire Ramage raises the finger. So 21 for 2 Fortunately, so Proctor was dropped in his first innings and he only made 2. He's had a drop in this innings and he's only made 6. So fortunately, for 9 rather, I do apologise. He was dropped on 6, so not an expensive miss. And 21 for 2. As I think that's Rob Keogh coming out at number 4.
For all the times that this game will make you look like an absolute idiot, just occasionally something happens that you can kind of see coming. And Higgins, who has a far better cricketing brain than I do, would have been able to see even easier than I did. He would have known exactly the delivery that he wanted to bowl, and I would suggest that it was exactly that delivery, because he was just getting so far across his stumps. I think he was really trying to think about covering that off stump for the in-swinger. It's just that Higgins bowled it leg side of him, and because of the position that he's in, Proctor's tried to work a ball which has struck him on off stump into the leg side. Terrific bowling from Higgins. You've got to execute it still. You've got to put the ball exactly where it needs to be put, and that's exactly what he did there.
Oh, I think Rob Keogh's taking off stump as a guard as well there too, you know. Higgins has got 1 ball left in this over, and you've got a right-hand, left-hand combination now with Keogh out there, and he's whipped that away off his pad's first ball. It's gone for 4. That was a bit fired in, and Keogh quickly onto it and picks up a boundary straight away. But a success for Higgins in that over. He's got 1 for 15 from his 5 overs, and Gloucestershire have taken 2 of the wickets they need to force Northants into a third innings. And 21 for 2, the lead 161. Sorry, forgive me. My board says 21 for 2, but of course the 4 hasn't been added.
Right.
On the board.
Correct.
That Cameron's looking at and James is looking at. The 5 is already up.
Here is Tom Price then into his 5th over. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who just pushes this one up towards mid-off, and no run taken there. Am I right in saying that it was Higgins who had Proctor dropped off his bowling in the first innings? One was off Higgins, one was off Warner. I had a feeling that it may have been Higgins.
Gay was dropped by Hammond off Higgins in the first innings.
Aha. Back of a length and just carved by Vasconcelos, wide of the fielder at, well, a cover point I suppose was where he was when he dived, but threaded it through and they've come through for a single. Yeah, pardon me, sorry, so the first drop was off Higgins. I should have said. So I was wondering whether it had evened itself out in terms of Higgins getting a wicket that in a way a kind of a make-up wicket from the first innings. Vasconcelos moves to 9, and now Keogh on strike, having hit his first ball for 4. Price bowls to Keogh, who, well, there's some oohs and ahs because he did get a little bit squared up there, but most importantly met the ball well with the middle of his bat as he defended it to Zafar Gohar at cover, and I fear for Gloucestershire's overseas signing that he might not be getting much of a bowl today either at this rate, both in terms of the fact that it's seamer-friendly conditions and also time potentially. Price bowls back of a length and Keogh gets everything behind it. Again, he does seem to like to defend from a position where he is quite front on, but that's far less frowned upon than it used to be because of the efforts of the likes of Steve Smith, who've made that sort of technique work so well for them.
It's not that, I mean, we're looking at him with him at the striker's end. He's not that square from this end.
Price bowls, but Keogh just works into the leg side. I mean, that one perhaps not, but when I'm talking about where he actually plays the ball, that back foot, and you can see even just from there, from where he's rehearsing it, he gets himself into a more front-on position than when he's actually facing the ball, is kind of what I mean. It's not Steve Smith, it's just a little bit more towards that end of things when he plays the shot, I think. Price bowls full, driven hard down the ground, and that time he did get the front foot right to the ball, but doesn't pick up a run for it as Higgins fields another very tight over from Price. 26 for 2, Northants after 10 overs. They lead by 162, but the way that they're kind of being forced into playing, you wouldn't necessarily know it is the appeal from Higgins. Pleading might not be quite far enough to describe that appeal from Higgins, but answered in the affirmative. And I think, well, as Miles Hammond walks towards him, I'm sure he'll be the first to congratulate Ryan Higgins after that wicket was taken.
Yep, he's keeping going here, unsurprisingly. And that's across Vasconcelos from over the wicket. It's just changing the angle a little bit here. Having got the right hand, left hand combination to bowl at, he's going for the first time really today over the wicket to the left hander. Gay for naught and Proctor for 9, the men out. Wicket apiece for Gloucestershire's new ball pair. Higgins getting close to the stumps. That was, I suspect, pitching outside leg. That's why the appeal was strangled somewhat. The lights now on, but no real shadow yet, which is good news. We don't really want shadows at this point in the afternoon. I really would suggest it's gloomy, but it's, as I say, we've had much worse visibility in the distance than we have at the moment, so it will be a question of whether this dark cloud hangs over us. There's been very little wind all this week, and that's why the weather has not moved things on and changed the light very much at all. Again, Higgins outside the off stump and let go. Other games will be at tea. I wonder what's happening at Taunton in the top division, because Notts were very much in charge of that game.
Well, there's quite a lot happening, but it's all for Nottinghamshire. Somerset 98 for 7, trail by 2-4-3.
Higgins in, and Vasconcelos again out on the offside, fielded by Zafar Gohar.
So I think that looks to be heading towards about as crushing a defeat as Somerset have suffered in many a year.
243 they need to avoid an innings defeat. I know they score runs at the bottom of the order, but that feels like it's asking a lot. Higgins again, and Vasconcelos lets that go. This has been actually quite an orthodox start from Northants. They haven't really gone chasing runs here. They've had 11 overs and they've only managed to score 26 for 2. They've been kept in check by Price and Higgins, and they've lost 2 wickets as well. So perhaps, yes, they are in the driving seat, but there are a few bumps in the road that Gloucestershire can put in their way before they decide whether they're going to really set something challenging in the 4th innings.
Tom Price to bowl to Keogh, who's struck on the pad and given out. 3rd wicket for Gloucestershire, 2nd for Tom Price. And Keogh looks as if he was trying to play across the line there. Here's the replay. And, well, I say he was trying to play across the line. He looking possibly to work that one up towards mid-on, actually. And a ball which certainly looked to be pretty straight and caught him on the crease. Keogh might have hoped that height was an issue, but I think looks as though that was a pretty decent shout from that replay. And Tom Price is cock-a-hoop, having got his second wicket. Keogh is more than capable. He's having a decent season. Gloucestershire will be very pleased to see the back of him. 26 for 3 now, with just 5 minutes left until the scheduled tea break.
So Safe Zabe, I think, coming out at number 5, as he was in the first innings. Another left-hander. And no, remember, Gloucestershire, remember, 56 for 5 in their first innings. Looked a long way behind the game. They could get another one quickly, either this side of tea or shortly afterwards. Then, as championship matches can do sometimes, you know, in one session, the whole impetus of the game has gone from being only one way to being just wrestled a little bit, disrupted a little bit, shall we say.
There's plenty of pressure on Vasconcelos in particular now, as the only top order man left, as Tom Price just loses his run. Either that or there was somebody still moving in the field, not quite sure which, but with the responsibility especially on his shoulders, Vasconcelos under pressure. Zabe on strike, and that's turned away off his first ball behind square on the leg side. Charlesworth in the long sweater is across to field. 27 for 3. I think they were always going to have a bit of a look at the new ball. I think they could almost have found themselves in an even worse position than this if they'd started to play a few flashing shots with the ball moving about as it has done. Vasconcelos now on strike as Price bowls to him, and that was a real push and a miss at that one. I'm not sure if Vasconcelos thought that ball was a little bit closer to him, or was going to be a little bit closer to him than it turned out to be, but it's just that exact right length which Sanderson found so consistently. It's not a half volley, so you can't drive it really, but it's full enough to tempt you forward. Vasconcelos this time is able to nudge away from the crease.
One thing I would say in that last delivery was that he didn't really move his front foot towards the ball. He tried to play it on length only, without putting the front foot across to meet it. Almost tried to treat it as a half volley, but his foot movement didn't make it that.
Price will come round the wicket to save Zabe, who he wanted to remark his guard, but Price wanted to bowl to him. He's got the blinkers on at the moment, I think, is Tom Price. Here he comes round the wicket, bowls from quite wide of the crease, and defended by Zabe off the front foot. He's got the batsman in his eye line, so to speak, Tom Price, and just jogging a little back towards his mark, because the clock says 3:58, so wanting to make doubly sure that they'll get this next over in, which I'm pretty sure they will. Price to Zabe, who turns away leg side, but straight to Charlesworth at mid-wicket, and there's no run. More applause for Tom Price. A terrific spell from him, which will come to a close. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9, and also the 1 wicket that he hasn't taken in this innings, he could have had, having had a catch dropped off him as well. So 28 for 3 after 12 overs and one more remains before the tea break.
Higgins will bowl that last over.
Here's a replay of that Keogh LBW. I mean, it looks absolutely dead, does it not, from that angle?
It's hitting him below the knee roll on the front leg. I don't think Steve O'Shaughnessy had too much of a difficult decision to make there. So this is the last over before tea, and Higgins in to Vasconcelos, who has made 10 but has not been able to really get the innings away to the start that Northants would have wanted. Not only in terms of runs scored, but the fact they're 3 wickets down as well. That's another steer from Vasconcelos down towards the boundary at third man. There's a chase for Lace, and he won't win it. The ball will just beat him into the rope. And applause from Zafar Gohar for the delivery from Higgins, which was not a bad one. And there's chase from Lace in vain pursuit of the ball.
That's where you hope nobody's left anything just beyond the boundary rope there. Thinking, oh, it's a championship match, they're not going to be diving around the boundary too much.
Lead of 168. And again, Higgins getting that ball to just move a little and then move more as it's gone past the batsman. 1 wicket to his name, but with a few near things as well. Footlights on here at Bristol, and Vasconcelos finds the middle about this time, and Charlesworth might have dived for that, but he didn't do so, and as a result they're going to be able to come back for 2 runs. He might have felt that if he had have dived it, he might have lost all hope of getting to the ball on the chase, so perhaps he took the balanced decision there. 34 for 3, Northants, in a session that's only lasted for 50 minutes. So I think Gloucestershire would say, oh, they're probably, what, 1 wicket above par for this little mini session. They'd wanted certainly a couple, short from Higgins, outside the off stump. Vasconcelos ducks out of the way.
Vasconcelos having a laugh about that one. He's probably thinking, I could have given that one a hoy into the covers.
Yes, Higgins has only got an extra cover and a point on the offside in front of the wicket. Staying around the wicket here, and Vasconcelos again defends. Now, our information was that tea was at 4, and umpires O'Shaughnessy and Ramage remove the bails, and the players go off at the predetermined time, even though we had the longer morning session. So at tea, 34 for 3, a lead of 170. Northants will come out again at 20 past 4. There might be an hour, but there might be more than an hour's cricket, but on the balance of the last 2 days, it might be about an hour's batting for them at that point. Might they get to a 200 lead tonight? And that would just about leave everything possible tomorrow if that was the case.
Yeah, the action after the tea break, and I feel pretty confident we're going to get action after the tea break. The light would have to deteriorate significantly from what it is now for us not to do so. It's going to be very much worth sticking around for, because Northants would like to be further ahead than they will be, and also Gloucestershire have their tails up after some superb bowling with the new ball, which you see on the screen there. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 21 for Higgins, and Price 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9. And Price, again, given the responsibility of taking that new ball and for the second time repaying the faith of his skipper, the decision to do so.
Yeah, his runs to wickets average will be coming down a long way after today. Tom Price ahead of this match, his wickets had cost him 53 runs each. Well, in this match, I think 4 for 72 and 2 for 9. That will change things considerably. Do join us at around about 4:20 when the players will come out again. Northants 34 for 3, Vasconcelos on 16, Keogh on 4, Zabe on 1 I should say. The men out, Gay for 0, Proctor for 9 and Keogh for 4. There are the details of the international to be held here a fortnight tomorrow, but as for today, this game still very much live for both these teams.
Northamptonshire innings, Ricardo Vasconcelos and Saif Zaid.
Umpires and players on their way back after tea. 36 overs
Scores
in theory left.
and Tony Kingston.
Northants 34 for 3. Their lead overall 170. An email from Richard Morris, which we'll just try and get through before play gets underway. Great to see Yared and Matt fighting back for Gloucestershire today. That was with the bat earlier, of course, with the last wicket pair avoiding the follow-on. Not sure if this has already been suggested, but for many years the football mob, says Richard, are encroaching on the cricket season, so it's high time cricket fought back. The weather in late March and late September is often fairly decent, so why don't the ECB put the 100 as a block at one end of the season and the T20 as a block at the other, purely as evening competitions? This would mean the main cricket months, April to September, are kept for the Royal London and the Championship. I have no interest in the 100, he says, as there is no west-south based team, west or south-west and south-west based team. I watched the first game on the BBC, however the coverage on one of the other channels was unwatchable as the sidebar graphics kept disappearing. I think fair to say that Richard is in favour of the longer formats.
Matt Taylor to start proceedings after the tea break from the Bristol Pavilion end, and he's in to Saif Zaid, who plays quietly off the front foot into the covers and doesn't pick up a run for it. So a necessary, I think, bowling change after the tea break, with Higgins having bowled 7, Price having bowled 6. It's only a 20-minute break, so I suspect we will probably see a double change after the break here. Matt Taylor in and bowls, and Zaid leaves that one alone. And it goes through to Bracey very low down. It may even have bounced before it got through to him.
We should just reiterate, top right hand corner of the screen. Thanks to Richard for his email. That is our email. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. We've had some lengthy and well thought out ones today, to be fair.
Yeah, I think we have. Here's Matt Taylor, bowls full and driven by Zaid, and that back foot was raising upwards in extravagant fashion, but no run to be had as he drove it straight to Dent at mid-off, who's working as hard as he can on that ball. Jared Warner, standing at first slip, has no cap and no sweater, which might be a hint. Matt Taylor in and left by Zaid. Some ooze from those behind the stumps, but that was really quite wide of the off stump.
Should just say that we'll keep you in touch with any results that happen in this last part of the day across the Championship. Essex beat Glamorgan this morning in what is being colloquially called Division 2. There's a chance of a couple of other results possible later.
Matt Taylor bowls, and Zaid has a bit of a feel for this one. Getting that front foot well outside the line of off stump, and then feeling further outside his eye line. And playing a miss there from Zaid off Matt Taylor. It's been a good start from Matt Taylor after the break. There are no other results in, although Kent do need just one more wicket to beat Leicestershire. Zaid will defend this one away, just out in front of him. So a maiden over to start from Matt Taylor. Very important that the work of the opening bowlers is backed up, and that at least an encouraging start for Matt Taylor. Somerset are 119 for 7. A trail Notts by 2-2-2. That's following on. So that match also could well come to its conclusion this evening.
Yeah, those are the two, aren't they? Middlesex and Derbyshire, at least there's a target to be set there. 334 Derbyshire will need to win. They've got 4 sessions to get them, so That's not an impossible challenge.
I thought it's probably likely to be quite difficult against the likes of Bamber and Murta.
Warner, though, it is into the attack around the wicket from this Ashley Down Road end, and Vasconcelos just moves towards the ball but doesn't really push the bat at it with any great conviction. 2 wickets to Price and 1 to Higgins.
Yorkshire, I suppose, will be trying to set up a declaration, I would have thought, by the end of this session if they can get it all in. They're effectively 317 for 4 in their second innings when you factor in their lead of 80 from their first innings.
Warner past umpire Ramesh, that's down the leg side. Would have been a strangle had that gone off the glove. But no touch and taken by James Bracey. Certainly from the high camera angle behind Warner, you can tell that the lights are very definitely on. Gives you that that view. They are, of course, on full power. And in fact, of the games across the country, this one is possibly one of the ones where you would say both teams are very much in with a chance still of winning the game. Gloucestershire get another couple of quick wickets. That's down the leg side. And again, Warner not quite getting the line right. In to be, rather than a fourth stump being a second leg stump, you want a fourth stump to be a second off stump.
It was a bit of a late attempt at the flick there from Vasconcelos, and that's often where you could get yourself into a little bit of trouble. It looked as if he started the motion quite late that last ball.
Warner with 3 slips. That's a bit straighter, but again offering Vasconcelos the chance to just push that gently into the hands of Charlesworth all the way along the floor at mid-wicket. Higgins at first slip to Warner, Hammond at second, Lace at third. And Buuren, I think, he's up at mid-on, yes he is. That sawdust that Higgins put down has been completely worn away from before tea, and that's nicely played off his pads by Vasconcelos, but straight to Matt Taylor. Just 1 run. Remember, Northants started this second innings with a lead of 136. Gloucestershire's last wicket pair, Matt Taylor and Jared Warner, adding 38 to get them past the follow-on total. 5 for 42 from Luke Proctor, and an important 56 from Graham Van Buuren earlier in the day had got Gloucestershire to at least within striking distance of that follow-on. But the last wicket pair had to get them over the line, and then from a position where we thought Northants would come out and try and crack on with their second innings to give them a chance of a declaration. Gloucestershire had other ideas about that. They've taken 3 wickets already, and they're not out of the game yet by any means.
Nope, not yet. And it's because of the quality of that new ball spell that they aren't. Vasconcelos taking his guard to face Matt Taylor from left arm over. Warner back into first slip as Matt Taylor bowls, and that's clipped through square leg by Vasconcelos, who runs the first one hard, but the ball doesn't even make it past the umpire there at square leg. So Vasconcelos with a single, which gets him off strike, 36 for 3. You'd have thought this would be the point where they would have liked to have started to kick on. They might have given themselves the first spell with the new ball bowlers from either end, but this might be the point It's Matt Taylor to Zabe, and a drive towards mid-on, but doesn't produce a run. Similar attempted shot to that got Rob Keogh in a bit of trouble. Well, more than a bit of trouble, because he lost his wicket to it. So I don't think Matt Taylor would be too disappointed to see Zabe trying to drive the ball down the ground like that towards mid-on, and that's carved by Zabe, and a terrific stop at backward point by Charlesworth. Flings the ball in, and a one-handed effort to his right, able to save what would have certainly been a boundary, because Zabe used all the pace on that one, played a cut shot off a ball that was around about knee height actually, but great work from Charlesworth to get across and then plucked it clean one-handed. Matt Taylor to Zabe, who takes one hand off the bat and drops it backward of square, and they will pick up one run as Higgins mops up from mid-wicket. 37 for 3. Slim pickings really for Northants overall. Not a whole lot of boundary balls bowled by Gloucestershire. You do feel like this is really a key stretch here. Matt Taylor and Jared Warner starting things after tea. As Matt Taylor's in, and that's pushed down the ground, will be stopped with a slide at mid-off by Chris Dent. Can Gloucestershire make further inroads with these two? Matt Taylor just 2 runs off his first 1.5 overs. 2 left-handers out there again. They got rid of the one right-hander to come in pretty quickly. Matt Taylor's there, and he bowls, and that's driven beautifully through the covers by Vasconcelos, and that has whistled to the boundary for 4 to end the over. Vasconcelos admired that shot. There was the satisfied swing backwards of the arms that is pretty characteristic of every batsman who's just played a good shot. The arms go out backwards in the kind of recoil, I suppose.
Dialing
every
back,
reason to enjoy that. Is that right?
Dialing back, I think, was your in phrase yesterday.
Vasconcelos moves into the 20s, and it's 41 for 3.
There's the lead, 177. And Zabe waits for Warner. Wasn't it? Again, that's a very short bouncer. Easy for, well, I say easy decision to get out of the way. Just on that, if you're facing a bowler who's bowling at, he's probably not far off 80 miles an hour, Jared Warner, I would have thought. I did see a shot during the competition that must not be mentioned of a helmet camera. And here is Warner in. Oh, that's a nice delivery outside the off stump. And forcing Zabe to play at it. Not sure whether it was coming back on the angle or not. It just held its line and goes through to Bracey. Here's the full rerun of that being pushed at by Safe Zabe.
It was a slightly disturbing shot of Warner's run from the side. It almost looked like his legs weren't moving. Effortless run in.
Warner again. Pulled short in the air, but it's going to go over Charlesworth. It's going to drop safe. And Zabe will return for 2. Charlesworth covering quite a big gap there, so he hasn't really got the field for that delivery here, Jared Warner. He hasn't got a man back on the hook. It really would be just the mistimed pull, I suppose, but now Van Buuren is going to drop out to deep square. perhaps having seen him at least play it once rather than literally get out of the way of every ball before that. That's pitched up, and again that's beaten the outside edge. That's again a good line from Warner. He looks doesn't look very chuffed with life at the moment, as if he's not getting the rewards that he's due. Just a little bit of wobble in the air, and then really the angle as much as anything else giving Zabe the problem. Warner again. Zabe getting in behind it and out on the offside. Just that thought about the batsman, where you're looking at the bowler through the helmet camera, and it was amazing how quickly they literally judge the length and play a big shot. It is fractions of a second.
Yeah. I don't know if it was the specific one that you saw, but there was one where I think it was Livingston facing up to Marchand de Lange.
Again, that's just a little bit wide, a little bit more room this time for Zabe to crack that into the offside. They'll get a couple, and the ball retrieved by the chase of Tom Price. So 2 more to Zabe. He's on to 6:45 for 3, 22 to Vasconcelos, but Northants have already lost Gay, Proctor and Keogh, and Gloucestershire in this post-tee session, however long it lasts, and at the moment the light is okay, and we've not seen the umpires actually put the meters on the stumps at all. They'd love another couple of wickets in this post-tee session.
Here is Matt Taylor, left arm over in and bowls. Vasconcelos clips it with good timing, but mid-on able to get across and prevent runs. Graham van Buuren, a fielder there with a big red mark on the sweater as well as on his trousers. He is usually the chief shiner of the ball out there. There was that one shot in particular, which I think it was a short ball from de Lange, which was top, well, I say top edge, it was pretty much helped round the corner by Livingston as Matt Taylor in, and that's flicked fine by Vasconcelos, but not off the bat. It would have been thigh pad, so it'll be a leg bye down to fine leg, 46 for 3. And it was just remarkable that anybody could do anything with a ball like that. You just see the speed that it's coming at you, and that's got to be, I mean, a Marchand de Lange short ball is about as quick as the ball can come to you, but when he's got his tail up anyway. That Taylor bowls to Zabe, and ooh, that one has completely sawn him in half, and looks like he's going to need a moment to compose himself after that one.
Protection in various areas, but not always there.
Oh, looks like it's maybe caught him in the stomach. Actually, I wonder if it's almost winded him a bit. I don't think it's caught him in the unmentionable area. It looks as if it's higher up.
Much higher than that.
Well, yes, unpleasant area to be struck in, really.
Looks like it under the rib cage seemed to be the indication.
And the ball came back at him, but then also it seemed to have quite a bit of zip off the surface even. It was almost as if it skidded onto him, but then it also kind of, well, obviously bounced more than he expected, judging by the way that he played it, but I guess it was therefore kind of skiddy bounce, but also combined with the movement in that made it especially difficult to play. It looks as if he is set to continue, but I can't imagine that he's going to want to receive another one of those deliveries. Where does Matt Taylor bowl the next ball? That's the question. Do you bowl it a bit fuller, hoping that he doesn't get forward to it? Just remarking his guard, in fact,
would
as well.
you say, right, we'll have a short leg in and try and play try and bowl him a rib tickler?
Well, they've got steep square leg back. Here's Matt Taylor, he bowls, that's edged, and it's gone through the slip cordon for 4. Looked like it went between first and second slip, and Zabe picks up a very fortunate boundary that brings up the 50 for Northants. Here's the replay of that one, and it's just flashed very quickly. The slips are standing very close, thinking that the ball is going to come up to them very low down, and nobody was particularly close to that in the end.
No, I think to Warner's left would be my...
Yeah. Taylor in a bowls, Zabe working away down to fine leg, and it will just be the 1.
So in terms of Warner's slip fielding in this match, he took a nice catch to his right in the latter part of the Northants' first innings. He missed one, and I just wonder whether he's more comfortable going to his right than to his left, and that basically was just too fast for him. On his left-hand side, he almost stood up as if to say, that was literally just too fast an edge.
Matt Taylor bowls, and Vasconcelos off the front foot in defence back to the bowler. So, well, 6 runs off the over, but that's not really telling the full story. 5 off the bat, and then 4 of them thanks to a streaky edge through the slip cordon. 51 for 3. Northants lead by 187, but it is always the difficulty when you've got your slips that close, knowing that it's going to be low down. Not only are they so close they can't react, but also they're expecting the ball to come low, so they get themselves down low, and it becomes very difficult to take the flashing outside edge that you can still get, even on a pitch where you're not expecting the ball to fly through to the slips.
Warner then trying to do something with the ball here, and then outside the off stump, 2 stumps outside really, and let go by Zabe. Interesting, when the last over ended, Steve O'Shaughnessy walked back towards the his position at square leg, looking at his light meter, whether he'd tried to take some sort of a reading or not, difficult to tell. But I haven't seen him put the light meter on the stumps yet. That may be the next instance. Outside the off stump again from Warner.
No, the sky itself looks a little bit brighter than it has been, but then the shadows are there.
They're just about there. They're not as fierce yet as they were yesterday or on Monday, but then it's only 16 minutes to 5, so we're not yet at the point where on either of those days we actually left the field. Warner staying around the wicket, that's short, pulled away straight to the fielder at long leg. Matt Taylor having to make a lot of ground up, so just the 1 run. But if Northants had thought of a declaration, they're crawling towards it. They're not being allowed to briskly keep the run rate going.
No, around about 2 3/4 for the innings.
Which is lower than it was much lower than it was in their first innings overall.
Yep.
Or again, this quite a giant, not a giant leap, but quite a pronounced delivery stride. And Charlesworth feels he might be an option with the ball shortly.
Yeah, well, it was Charlesworth's bowling, off which the catch you were talking about from Warner was dropped, I believe.
One's had quite a day with You might say making 10 doesn't sound much, but it was an important 10
Yep.
in the context of the game, and he batted a long time for it. Goals and bowls that short, and that's been pulled away for 4. There's no way that's going to be anything else other than a brisk and fiercely struck boundary by Vasconcelos. That was right where he wanted it. No chance for Matt Taylor to get round, or indeed from the fielder at deep backward square to cover it either between those two. And it raced away down towards the man stand for 4. So Northants up to 56 for 3. Lead 192. Vasconcelos waits for Warner and got to 26, tries to again play a little bit more aggressively, can't do it in that over. So Warner's bowled 3 overs for 10 runs, Matt Taylor 3 overs for 11, and overall, as you can see, 56 for 3 off 19. Earlier in the day, Gloucestershire's first innings, in the end 191, just about negotiating the follow-on with the last wicket pair. And a lot now really will depend on how the light holds today, and indeed how the light is tomorrow. We are promised some late sunshine tomorrow, but the last forecast I looked at suggested it might even be after the match is over.
Matt Taylor bowls to Saif Zaib, who's on the front foot and defending out towards Zafar Gohar in the cover region. And no run to start this 4th over of Matt Taylor, and the penultimate ball of the last over, one of the first genuinely, you'd have to say, rank deliveries that have been bowled in this innings so far, short and into the hip of Vasconcelos. Matt Taylor in, and Sabres jammed down on that at the last moment. Gloucestershire were hoping that that was pad first. If it was, then the only question then was, did it strike him in line? But I think it looks as if it might have done. But here's the replay. I must say my thought was that it was not pad first. But Gloucestershire just inquiring politely, Matt Taylor not especially interested himself. In he goes and bowls. And so he works that one off round about middle and leg down to Tom Price on the fine leg boundary. Another single.
Can I just say that Notts have taken an 8th wicket at Taunton. Liam Patterson-White has removed Jack Leach for 35. Somerset 132 for 8 following on.
Yes, we did also promise the results as they come in, and Kent have taken the final wicket that they needed to beat Leicestershire. The final margin 132 runs. Matt Taylor into Vasconcelos, who defends that one around his pad a little, and it goes up towards mid-on. No run. Ed Barnes finishing 70 not out for Leicestershire there, and Will Davis, the last man gone, for 42. Those two have had quite a time of it with the bat in the championship this year. Taylor at the end of his run, and past the umpire and bowls. He's bowled him! Off stump is uprooted. So Vasconcelos now has to go. He looks somewhat in disbelief at what just happened there. Whether that one just kept a little low.
Dragged it on, I think, Ed.
He has dragged it on. But he certainly felt like that one kept low. He's having a good long look at the pitch before he goes off. But 57 for 4. And the key man is having to really drag himself off. He's still having a look back. But I can only think that he thinks either he was extremely hard done by the pitch, either he didn't see it, I'm not sure what it is, but That's clearly something he's extra disappointed about, other than the fact that he's gone at a critical time. Matt Taylor strikes for Gloucestershire. Northants 57 for 4, and out comes Adam Rossington.
The distinctive figure of Adam Rossington.
Indeed.
Some chuckling behind me. Wonder what that's about. 4 down. What did I say before tea? Gloucestershire needed another couple to really make them think that they had a real chance of winning this, as opposed to Northants kind of batting to. Are they batting for a declaration now? They're probably not. Actually, they're probably batting to get what they can. I would argue it's almost by the taking of that wicket, or certainly by the taking of one more, then I would say that it could be Northants almost on the defensive.
Well, it certainly means that they can't play perhaps with quite as much freedom as they might like. Having said that, Rossington may only know one way. Matt Taylor bowls, and that's driven hard by Rossington, but it's stopped at cover by Ryan Higgins. So I think that pretty much sums it up. First ball, Rossington got one that he thought was in his half, and he smashed it, but didn't pick up a run for it. But the end of a successful over from Matt Taylor, who has got the key scalp of Vasconcelos for 26 from 58 deliveries. Northants now arguably without their linchpin, if you like. Having said that, Rossington kind of filled that role and the role of aggressor in the first innings.
Here's Warner from the Ashley Down Road end. Worked off his hit by Zabe for a single. Still 29 overs, 28 after this one to go today. I haven't seen the umpires other than that very casual observation from O'Shaughnessy. Really looks seriously at the light meters yet. So how will Rossington approach this? We saw him get increasingly aggressive in the first innings. That Warner going back over the wicket to the right-hander, and immediately he's away with a shot steered beyond the third slip and towards the third man boundary. It's well stopped. There's a bit of tag teamwork there, and they'll come back for 2. It's a good chase down in front of the main stand, and Price and Lace keep Rossington down to 2.
Well, Tom Price almost dived. Well, I say almost. Tom Price dived for that one like he was left-handed, didn't he? He dived the other way from the way that you'd normally do it.
He was aware that essentially it would be diving with the wrong hand if he went down with his right hand to try and stop it. Warner to Rossington, pleasantly clipped up to mid-off where Van Buuren does the fielding.
Certainly, in his 3 balls that he's faced so far,
you could see why he made 94 in the first
exactly.
innings. He looks in pretty good touch, having just come straight out in a situation where the floodlights are on and have been on for about an hour either side of tee. Warner turns by the sawdust with 3 slips, comes in again, and Rossington's worked that down to Matt Taylor at long leg. Was some bat on that. 61 for 4. Add that to the 136. That was the lead on first innings, and you get to where Northants are. That Surrey match at the beginning of the season, I have in my head the target was 224.
It was certainly, I couldn't have said the exact number at the end, but I'm pretty sure it was in the 220s, yeah.
Warner in, and is that taken by Bracey? It is. Wicket for Warner, and Zabe has to go. And now Gloucestershire's tails are definitely up, 61 for 5. I just wondered whether Zabe was going to wait for the umpire's finger to go up. In the end, it's a good catch by Brace. Nice height for him, but Zabe knew he'd gone. He turned to walk, and the umpire's finger in the end was raised. So 2 quick wickets, 1 to Taylor and 1 to Warner, and Northants now where Gloucestershire were in their first innings, 5 down with basically a sketchy score on the board.
Didn't look too comfortable in either innings, really. I'm sure nobody would have been feeling too comfortable after getting the blow in the stomach or certainly abdomen type region that Zabe did, but both innings, as we said, he did look a little scratchy, and it was a thick outside edge found by Warner, and was also coming pretty sharply, so Bracey had to move quickly and decisively, and did so. And now here is the partnership which really in the first innings launched Northants up to that 327 all-out score, because when they came together there was a chance even that Northants would fall short of 200. They were 147 for 5 in the first innings when these two came together. Northants need them to do a job for them here in this innings as well.
Yeah, it makes you wonder whether a 280 might be a very difficult chase on the 4th day. Here is Warner in to Gouldston, who's come in at number 7. Makes you wonder whether that innings of Rossington's might be a pivotal one in the match. He made 94, and you would expect it to be the best batting conditions at the start of the game, and the wickets that have gone down since compared to the number of runs scored might suggest that was the case. 61 for 5. Warner has 1 for 14 from his 4 overs, and Taylor 1 for 12 from his 4.
Just got a shot of Matt Taylor's dismissal of Vasconcelos. Can he add to it here? He's in and bowls very full, and Rossington has to jam the bat down on a ball which was really a genuine Yorker from Matt Taylor. And for a moment maybe might have thought that that was through behind the stumps, but Rossington getting down on top of it. Cover and point have just taken a step tighter now, as that's past the outside edge of Rossington. That one actually seemed to be the left arm as away swinger from Matt Taylor. Looked like it left Rossington through the air. This will be a great angle actually to see the movement away from Rossington. It's just left him. He's missed it by an inch. Maybe more than that.
May not needed to have played that, you know.
Matt Taylor bowls. That's down the leg side and on the bounce. A really nasty one for Bracey to deal with, but he's managed to keep it down and in front of him, so no buys. And I think it's because I'm not sure Rossington was expecting it to move away from him like that. I think it's the first time that Matt Taylor's really done that, and now he's going to come round the wicket, you'd think, try and angle it into Rossington now as he's in and bowls. Does force Rossington onto the back foot this time in defence. Cut into the offside. Bowling conditions aren't going to get too much better than this, and in a way I suppose that's what Gloucestershire are hoping for, really, that they can take enough wickets tonight that they could get themselves into a position tomorrow where batting conditions might be more favourable and they could actually chase a total down. Matt Taylor in, and Rossington looks to work that one fine, and does. A few yelps from those around the bat, but Rossington picks up a single, 62 now for 5, and Goulston will take strike for the first time to Matt Taylor.
Do you still think 280 would be a challenging chase, though?
Yeah, I think so. I think it would be challenging because this is not going to be quite your usual, I think, day 4 Bristol pitch. Matt Taylor bowls to Goulston, who comes forward and plays correctly. Picked up by Taylor in the follow-through. The lead is 198. The score 62 for 5.
Okay.
We're going to see a replay now of the dismissal of Safe Zabe, the latest wicket to fall. Quite a thick edge. Bracey's, I think he's actually pretty much clung onto that one-handed in the end. It's one hand with the eventual support of the second hand, but it found that one mitt and didn't go out of it.
So first reading to be taken of the light by umpire O'Shaughnessy at this Ashley Down Road end. And they're okay to continue for the moment. So this is about the time on each of the previous 2 days where we've only had maybe 2 or 3 more overs. Can Gloucestershire nip out one more? Warner in, and Rossington appeared to have a lot of time to play that. Just worked it to Price at square leg 3 parts of the way to the boundary, pick up a single.
Here's a question though. If the umpire said you can only bowl spin or you go off, would you bowl the spinners or would you go off?
I think if you're Gloucestershire, you want to stay out there.
The only question is, do you want the ball still to be quite new, relatively new, tomorrow morning? Is that a factor? I'm just throwing these things out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Warner in, steered away by Goulston. No ball from Warner. Good bit of fielding again from Charlesworth. I think I'd want to be, on the basis that Kerrigan got 1 or 2 to turn. I'd have Zafar Gohar at this Ashley Down Road end and maybe Van Buuren at the other end.
Yep. No, I think that's a fair call. And again, I think it was kind of what we said yesterday when there was that possibility. It's almost a case of there's no harm in trying for a few overs.
Warner staying over the wicket again. Runs his fingers over the top of the seam, trying to get that one to go away from the right-hander. Goulston blocks.
You can always pull an Owen Morgan and and try to get the umpires to go off when you've had enough.
Warner certainly hasn't had enough at the moment. This is in his 5th over. He's got a wicket. And here he's once more played nicely by Goulston, away off the back foot, stood quite tall there. And they'll pick up 2. Chase for Goulston, for Charlesworth, as you were, out to the boundary at point. Got a comfortable 2 in the end. So far today, wins for Essex and for Kent, and Notts, I think 2 wickets from a win.
1 wicket.
At Taunton, 1 wicket now. Steered away again by Goulston for a single. Charlesworth again does the fielding. So Somerset need 169 with their last pair together to avoid an innings defeat.
Well, good luck. Good luck to him. That's going to be rather difficult, but
Lancashire all out against Warwickshire. That's going to be a pretty tight contest there. 5 wickets at least for Liam Norwell.
6 for 57 in the end, having removed Matt Parkinson, the last man.
Warner in again. Pleasantly driven, very pleasantly driven by Rossington. As soon as that went off the middle of the bat, there was only one place that was heading, and that was away to the boundary at wide long off. All in the timing. Didn't really go right through with the shot.
In fact, he took a hand off
Yeah,
the bat. Yeah,
he did. Northants lead up above 200 now. 3 slips remain in for the edge, and again Rossington taking his hand off the bat there too, as a result of the great power. And Jack Taylor, I think, is that Gohar? Yes, it is. I think just for a moment, he's obviously a slightly smaller frame than Jack Taylor. Jack Taylor has been on occasion out as the 12th man, but that was Zafar Gohar doing the fielding. He has now gone down to fine leg for the right-hander. Warner's had 5 overs, but he hasn't taken his sweater.
Well, there were 2 people warming up. Brian Higgins did a couple of warm-up deliveries at cover, and then Ben Charlesworth also at backward point. Matt Taylor from round the wicket bowls a short ball, which Goldston ducks underneath, and then, in fact, he didn't look over at the umpire, as a lot of batsmen would. He just ducked underneath it and then sprung back up again, but it was the first one for the over signalled by the umpires. There's been a declaration at the Aegeus Bowl. Yorkshire have declared on 312 for 6, so Hampshire will need 393 to win there. Matt Taylor bowls to Goldston, who's in behind it and defending back to the bowler. Who would have thought Hampshire blocking out on the final day to save a match, potentially?
Well, not chasing, you mean?
Well, who knows? They might find themselves in a situation where they have to do that, though. Block out on the final day. Taylor in and bowls. Goldston works to mid-wicket, picked up by Charlesworth, and I erroneously said Charlesworth was doing some loosening up, but it wasn't. It was Tom Price who was fielding at backward point.
They don't have Hashim Amla though, do they?
No, they don't. They don't. But I mean, Yorkshire have been ahead in that entire game, really, even though Yorkshire all out for 243 in their first innings. They've played a lot of cricket there, have Yorkshire. Here comes Matt Taylor, and he bowls. Goldston just works that one away leg side again, straight to Charlesworth at mid-wicket, and it has been a really tidy spell, this, from Matt Taylor. May well be his last over. He's into his 6th now, 1 for 13 with 1 maiden. Signs are that Gloucestershire are going to go back to their new ball pairing imminently. Matt Taylor almost looked like he tripped over something there as he started his run up.
Yeah, Warner's bowled 5 overs for 24. Conceded a couple of boundaries in the last over.
Here's Taylor over the wicket, bowls. Goldston leaves, and he's still, even there, he does leave his bat there a little bit longer than some others, but he did make more of a concerted effort to get it completely out the way there, but it was something that we picked up on in the first innings. But whether Warner might say he'd bowl slightly shorter spells, shorter and sharper spells, I don't know. Matt Taylor there and bowls, and there's an attempted flick down the leg side, and it's going to be signalled a leg by, but I'm not sure that Matt Taylor was swinging that back in enough that it wouldn't have pitched outside the leg stump, and In fact, having said that, no, that's completely wrong. He was bringing it back in. He was just bringing it back in too much, actually. Look at that's what we have replays for. And the end of over number 24. And that goes down as Matt Taylor's second maiden, 73 for 5. And indeed, that is the end of Jared Warner's spell.
Yeah, he's taking his sweater, as you can see, and Ryan Higgins coming back at the Ashley Down Road end. The umpires didn't look at their light meters at the end of the last over, which is an encouraging sign. Higgins to the right-handed Goulston, who rejects any thought of a single. Lace from third step does the fielding. In both, I mean, all 3 innings that we've seen, the fielding side would have had hopes of bowling the opposition out for a smaller score than they ended up with. Goulston with a nice shot, that's 4. There's a biggish gap between extra cover and point, and Goulston's picked it straight away there. Quite a fluid swing of the bat, actually, and played with some disdain almost. Not a lot of foot movement, but certainly with quite a flourish that flew away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it made a real crack off the bat and reverberated around the ground, and he hit it right out of the middle.
Higgins was still with 3 men on just 3 men on the offside. An appeal for an LBW. That looks to be going down the leg side. And umpire Ramage not prepared to answer in the affirmative this time. Yeah, looked leg side-ish, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you'd had to have moved a long way across for that to have been given.
Higgins with 2 right-handers can stay over the wicket. That's a bit better shout, but still probably going in the same direction. Higgins is somebody who believes that every LBW shout should be upheld. Makes a polite inquiry of umpire Ramage as he walks back.
So my first thought was height might be a bit of an issue there.
Goulston waits for Higgins again. That's very straight, he's almost on leg and middle. He's trying to just straighten that one that is almost going down the leg side to try and trap him LBW.
That was the one he really wanted him to miss out of the 3.
The best example of that today, Simon Carrigan's ball that turned and trapped Graham Van Buuren. That was going down the leg side, but definitely straightened. And hit him on the front pad. 77 for 5. 2 wickets to Tom Price, 1 each to Higgins, Taylor and Warner. And in fact, Price is going to have a second burst here. So 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9 in the spell up till tea. But that was an hour and a quarter ago. So Chris Dent's going to ask him to have a second stint here. And I think we're going to have a meter reading from the umpires as well. Yeah. You can see
Rossington's keeping a very close eye.
Yes, Steve O'Shaughnessy putting the meter on the stumps.
Looks as though we are
going to
continue.
Is he going to look at both ends?
I don't think so. I think Rossington was just recarving his mark there, and
he's only taken the reading at this end by the looks of it, at the striker's end.
So Price to start his second spell of the innings, and he comes into bowl to Rossington. Oh, that one comes back a bit to Rossington there. He played it with the inner half of the bat into the leg side, but I think that, well, needless to say, just about any ball that these guys bowl would get me out, but I was I was doing a sort of a double take-up in the commentary box as I saw that one come back in. I was thinking, Rossington's going to have to do well to play that one, and he did. Right on the money to start off with from Tom Price. In he comes and bowls a short ball, pulled away by Rossington. He's got it over the infield, although there was nobody at square leg anyway, so as long as he got the direction that he hit it right, he could pull with some freedom, and a short ball travels away to the square leg boundary. The replay now just, it was not a half tracker, but Rossington onto it quickly.
Taunton News?
Taunton News. I wonder what might have happened. Nottinghamshire win by an innings and 160 runs. Price bowls, and that's squeezed away by Rossington, just backward of point. Not entirely, I suspect, where he hoped that one might go. 81 for 5, Rossington to 13, so Notts 448 in their one innings, Somerset 107 and 181. Dane Patterson 4 for 46 in Somerset's second innings, 3 more wickets for Fletcher, a couple for Patterson-White, and Rossington, with a maker's name fully on display, plays it back to the bowler. A little bit of late order resistance. I mean, it's not entirely unheard of for the top 2 scorers in a Somerset batting card to be
8 and
numbers
10.
numbers 10 and 8. But when you're trying to overturn a huge deficit such as Somerset were, generally not a good sign. Price bowls, very full, driven firmly by Rossington through extra cover. Higgins is on the chase. It's a bit of a teaser, but I think the ball's going to win the race quite comfortably, and it will. Rossington up to 17 and 85 for 5. It was up there for the drive, and Rossington doesn't tend to need too many second invitations to.
Do you think he's struggling with the light?
He's struggling with the light. No, well, he seems to be in the kind of form where I think it put him out there at 11 o'clock at night with no lights. He might be whacking those balls away through the covers. Price bowls, and Rossington forward in defence. Ball just coming back towards that off stump, but he was able to keep it out. 8 off the over, 85 for 5. There's a replay of that LBW shout from Higgins to Goldston in the previous over, but I think you can see Goldston's not moved far enough across his stumps to have brought that kind of LBW decision into play.
Yet another reading to be taken by umpire O'Shaughnessy. There's the overall lead for Northants, 221, 5 wickets in hand. And Rossington will know if he and Goldston could, even if the rest of the order could add another 50, then they certainly would have a chance of winning the game with that sort of target. And that's bowled by Higgins. He's gone straight through Goldston. The middle stump knocked back. That target of another 50 has just been made a bit more difficult. Gloucestershire have got a 6th wicket, and Goldston has to go. Higgins brought back, and reward for his captain.
Yep, just, I guess, a bit more angled towards Goldston. I don't know if he thought that it was going to be the away swinger from Higgins, but it didn't exactly come back extravagantly. It didn't look like on the replay anyway, but Goldston has been cleaned up. So we've had, what is that now? Is that 5 of the 6? No, it's 5 of the 6 have been bowled or LBW. Just the one caught behind. I'm not sure what that says, but I guess it says that Gloucestershire have targeted the stumps and they've been successful at doing so.
Yeah, they've bowled most of the inning, not all of it, but most of the innings with the lights on. You wonder what sort of impact that has. But Tom Taylor coming out at number 8. And a lot here now rests with Adam Rossington, you feel.
Yeah, it was a key wicket, that last one, wasn't it, given what Rossington and Goldston did in the last innings. How they took Northants to over 100 runs more than it looked like they might get.
So James Bracey's going to stand up here to Tom Taylor. And hear the chants of encouragement. Ben Charlesworth doing some limbering up, but he may not get a bowl just at the minute. Higgins has got the bit between his teeth, and he faces a duel with Taylor, whose first shot is defensively out on the offside. Well, at the start of the day, you would say that Northants were in the box seat in this game, and we could have been facing, if Gloucestershire had not got to the follow-on, quite a defensive day's cricket. It hasn't turned out like that. Higgins in, worked away to Tom Price by Taylor on the leg side.
If you're thinking of coming as a spectator today and you didn't, where were you?
Yeah, and to expand on that, it's going to make tomorrow a very different day.
Quite. And the possibility even of a full day tomorrow. Perish the thought.
Higgins in, and again Taylor defends. 3 slips, still waiting. Hammond has missed 1 chance, but it didn't matter much. Proctor only added a further 3 runs. Sure they got out of jail there by Ryan Higgins, who trapped him LBW. But now 6 down, Northants. And Tom Taylor works that straight to Price at deep square leg, just a single.
Like Bracey was shielding his eyes from the floodlights as that throw came in. I hadn't really thought about having to do that necessarily before. I mean, you do hear at some grounds it's very difficult to take catches because of how the floodlights are, but you don't necessarily always think about how difficult it is for a keeper with the throws coming in.
Yeah, and the thing here at Bristol is, of course, is that the apartments make the positioning of the lights as they are. Well, Rossington struck on the pad. Gloucestershire want the LBW, but umpire Ramage not interested.
James Bracey's appeal there.
Vociferous.
The LBW, of course, but watch James Bracey's appeal.
Here is Higgins on the
It's
replay.
got to go down as one of the appeals of the season.
Can't believe it's not been given.
I think Graham van Buuren probably won appeal of the season last season, one in the T20 that stuck out in particular. Here's the delivery which bowled Goldston between bat and pad. I mean, both times actually he's been bowled through the gate, as it were, in this match. But both times it's taken a good ball, of course, to do that. Appeal from James Bracey is fantastic, and I think Ian Ramage seems to be the kind of umpires, a bit like we talk about it with Ian Blackwell a lot, where you have no hesitation. You're not left hanging as a bowler for any moment, whether he's going to give it out or not. Tom Price in now to Rossington, and Rossington drives at that one and doesn't get anything on it. One of the rare times that Rossington's aimed a drive and he hasn't slammed it for 4 somewhere. But Tom Price beating the outside edge that time. But I say, from what we've seen of Ian Ramage in this match, you'd probably put him in the same category. You kind of know pretty quickly what decision Ian Ramage is going to give. There's no indication of any hesitation in that mind when he's going to give it or when he's not going to. Tom Price there bowls to Rossington, who is forward and holding the pose of the defensive shot as it rolls up towards the fielder at mid-off.
He's had an interesting day as a captain, isn't he, Rossington, today? Would have started hoping that he could have enforced the follow-on. and then potentially left Northants with a small total to chase on the fourth day. And here he is.
Price to Rossington, who drives. Charlesworth gets across to, pardon me, Dent gets across to stop at cover. Dent had been fielding all the time in mid-off. It was on autopilot there. Chris Dent it was who did the fielding.
Yeah. Here he is trying to hold the lower order together with his team with a useful lead, but it wouldn't be a secure one or a match-winning one yet.
Tom Price to the crease bowls, and that's a, is that a low full toss? I think it was. It was driven to mid-off, and the stop effected, but the ball was just a little over-pitched there from Tom Price, and surprised that he kind of got away with that one. It deflected away, and Rossington able to come through for 1, 88 for 6. There'll be 2 balls this over for Price to have to the new man Tom Taylor. Not really much change in the field. We've still got a deep square leg out. Price in and bowls, and Tom Taylor on the front foot playing on the bounce back to Price. Wonder if he might bowl a short ball last ball as much to see whether Taylor might pull it away for a single so that he keeps the strike, as much as bringing the deep square leg into play in terms of an attacking position.
Yeah, Van Buren's a long way out there.
Here is the last ball of the over. Price bowls. No, it's a half volley outside the off stump, and it's been drilled through wide mid-off for 4. So, not quite the end to the over that Price would have envisaged, just over pitching and allowing Tom Taylor to drive with abandon. And 92 for 6 is Tom Taylor up to 5, and Rossington on 18 as the light meter comes out yet again.
We're about a quarter of an hour beyond where we've been for the last 2 nights. And still okay at the moment. 50 runs can sound quite a lot in a 4-day cricket match, but 50 runs in this game would feel like a big difference. 228 at the moment. And Gloucestershire take these last 4 wickets at relatively little cost in terms of runs. If they were chasing, say, south of 260, that would feel a very gettable total. They wouldn't be under time pressure at that point either, you wouldn't necessarily feel.
No, probably not, no. It would be a chase that you'd kind of have to approach in the same way a little bit as the chase against Surrey, where maybe not quite to that degree, but there was probably a bit more time in that than Gloucestershire played it as though there was, if you see what I mean.
Higgins in, played quietly out by Rossington into the offside. And now it's arguably it's Northants wanting to take time out of the game a bit.
Yes, and you can see, in a way, you can actually see that almost from the body language. Every time the umpires read the light meter, Gloucestershire don't really want to move and make it seem as if there might be something wrong, whereas Northants batsmen are both staring intently at the umpires every time they do it.
Higgins in, and Rossington again up to 10 to mid-on.
I mean, having said that, though, I mean, even scoring at a relatively low rate, if Sanderson is bowling as he did in the first innings, it's still going to be very difficult to get that score. You'd like to hope that conditions might be a little bit more favourable, but, well, who knows?
Higgins again to Rossington, is bowled! That is a big moment. Rossington beaten, just the off-stump knocked back, but the 7th wicket goes down, and now Gloucestershire into the tail.
Does not get too much better than that, does it? Just as a seamer's delivery, angle in, then just leaving Rossington, pegging back that off stump. It kind of felt like it was still, despite the conditions being as they were, going to take a pretty decent delivery to get rid of Rossington, the touch that he looked in. And that was really as good as it gets from one of the best in the business when it comes to bowling in conditions like this.
Well, 92 for 7. And a couple of matches this season, I've had comments said to me about the fact that Gloucestershire almost have felt as if they've been behind in the game for quite a long time, and then suddenly they've burst to win it very, very late. And you might argue that the Surrey match a little bit like that. The Worcestershire game, sorry, the Leicestershire chase was a big chase, albeit against a weakened attack. The Middlesex game at Cheltenham, it looked as if Eskenazi and Mitchell were going to get them over the line, and then Matt Taylor took 4 wickets in 10 balls, I think it was.
Something like that, yeah.
Yes, and now here, they've gone from being, as Ian Harvey put it at the close yesterday, completely outplayed, to a position where they now arguably are almost getting to a point of almost being favourites. That with the time left in the game and the lead that Northants have got. Now, is the pitch still offering enough that 250, say, or 260 is going to be an awkward chase? I mean, I said I thought 280 would be awkward. Maybe may not need to get that many. Higgins in, short ball first up to the new batsman, who is Simon Kerrigan. Just White and Sanderson to come. And I think if Gloucestershire do want to stay out there, they would be advised not to bowl too much short stuff.
Well, yeah, but I mean, having said that, though, the one thing that matters is the light meter reading, isn't it?
Higgins to Kerrigan down the leg side. Bracey asking, but nobody else asking about a flick off the bat. But Higgins has now taken 3 for 26 in 10 overs. 2 spells for him, and that last wicket of Vasconcelos potentially a very big moment. And there it is, just Vasconcelos trying to turn it on the leg side. The leg bail still in place.
Yeah.
But no better sight than seeing the off stump knocked back like that.
It's basically the perfect leg cutter, isn't it?
A Northants card, Vasconcelos, 26 is the top score. Only 2 other batsmen in double figures.
Tall figure of Tom Taylor facing Tom Price, who bowls him a Yorker, and it's squeezed away up towards mid-on. And there is no run. And as we mentioned in the first innings, 10 and 11 for Northants, both with, well, having said that, actually, White's first innings knock may have pushed his average over 10 in the end, but still, Gloucestershire would feel like they ought to be getting through 10 and 11 quite quickly as Tom Taylor defends back to the bowler. Having said that, though, they didn't necessarily in the first innings, because Jack White hung around. Well, I say hung around, he played a few shots actually, but he batted for half an hour, 15 not out off 17 deliveries. And in the end it was Tom Taylor who was the last man out for 24. Tom Price bowls, and playing on the front foot with admittedly the inner half of the bat, but enough to keep it well out. Tom Taylor picked up at mid-on, but those two put on a very handy 34 for the 10th wicket in the first innings. 34 runs would feel pretty big at this stage. Tom Price bowls full and driven by Taylor, but Chris Dent does the fielding at cover and then has a look at that hand briefly.
We've had today 193 runs and 11 wickets.
Well, and we're also going to get substantially more play than previous days as well. Tom Price charging in past the umpire, bowls driven hard and terrific stop from Ryan Higgins, and he's doing it in the field as well. It looked for a moment actually as if he was going to dive over the top of that ball and then just stuck out the hand and stopped it dead. It was a nice looking shot from Tom Taylor, and I think he may also have thought that Higgins might dive over the top of it because he'd started and stopped and then started again and then had to stop again. Tom Price bowls. That one comes back towards Taylor, but in the end he's managed to keep it out towards cover, and that's a maiden over from Tom Price. 92 for 7, lead 2-2-8. And they've had the reading from one end. Looks as though we're now going to get the reading from the other.
Yeah, and your visual point about overs, we've had now 90 overs and 3 balls today. So considerably more. I think 65 and 71 in particular on the other two. And they're going off. Oh, it's a pity, but the Vasconcelos wicket late in the day has given Gloucestershire a very good end to the day, a battling start from the batsmen, particularly the lower order and indeed the 10th wicket pair, and then in the 30 overs that they've managed, and I did I not suggest to you we might get about 30 overs, Ed, 92 for 7. It's not necessarily the runs but the wickets column that is important, and all 4 bowlers have chipped in for that, and there's a good hand for the side as they go off, and Chris Dent making sure that all his players know that he's had confidence in them and in what they've produced today. Whatever was said in that huddle this morning, it may have been a bit
unbroadcastable.
Yeah, a bit grim, perhaps a bit blunt. But now there is very much a game on. Either if we resume tonight, which you would have to say the chances of that would be unlikely, but we'll see. But with literally all 4 results possible now tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I think it's a day to be turning up for, that's for sure. Spectators were robbed, really, of some amazing finishes over the last couple of years. The Warwickshire match, the Surrey match, the Leicestershire match here at Bristol. Well, now is your chance, everyone. Tomorrow could be a cracking day's cricket.
And actually, in 2 of those, it was a chase, and you'd think probably Gloucestershire would rather be chasing, they'd be happier chasing than trying to get 10 wickets, albeit they may have problems with Sanderson and Proctor in particular.
Yeah, and I'm sure
whilst, and Kerrigan.
Yes, he may well play his part too. And whether Northants will be talking about this yet or not, I don't know. But what they may be saying is, look, we've probably already got enough here. That's how they might put it anyway. Whether they believe that or not is another thing. But they may put it in their minds that actually we think we've got a fantastic chance of defending this, even if we're declared now. But they're going to be trying to squeeze out another 30, 40, 50 runs tomorrow if they get greedy. But, like you say, the fact that it's the front-line batsmen who've been dismissed, there isn't a front-line batsman for the lower order and tail to play around. That is as key as the fact that Northants are 7 wickets down for me.
Yeah, they have the thought, obviously, that if they do take time out of the game with their batting, they may only get 1 new ball. But equally, they've got a top flight spinner who is used to bowling sides to victory. Whether he will have enough help from the other end remains to be seen. But this has been a strong fight back from Gloucestershire today. From the lower order batsmen who showed the determination necessary to get them past the follow-on target, and then all the bowlers helping towards a card from a Northants perspective that only shows 3 men in double figures in their second innings. Vasconcelos 26, Zabe 14, and then Rossington critically bowled by Higgins for 18. Only 8 deliveries from what has become the close.
Isn't that so often the way? Isn't it so often the way there seems to be a wicket, and a key wicket just before bad light gets called? It seems to be almost a hard and fast rule. But Rossington will be kicking himself, but then at the same time he received, probably of all the Northants batsmen, he would say he received probably the best delivery. But there were some beauties bowled to a lot of them, and you know, I think overall, looking at the match, even if Gloucestershire don't go on to win this, if they'd not had the kind of day that they had today, it would have been an especially disheartening loss for the players and I think for the supporters, because Northants are a side that Gloucestershire can kind of measure themselves against. Promoted with Gloucestershire a couple of years ago, if Gloucestershire were to stay in Division 1, then Northants would be the kind of team that they would have to be getting results against.
Yeah, for sure.
So if they'd not got, if they'd not at least fought back in this game, if they'd been completely outplayed by Northants for whatever 3.5 days, then that would have felt pretty gut-wrenching, I would have thought, for players and supporters alike. So at the very least now, Gloucestershire have shown that at their best, they can more than mix it with Northants, and now they've got themselves into a position where they can even think about winning this match tomorrow. Yeah,
85 for 5 they were after 26 overs, and then in Higgins' 27th, or Higgins' overs, which were the 27th and 29th, he removed Gouldstone for 7 and Rossington for 18, and that card looks just a whole lot different with 2 extra men out in the last 15 minutes of play. Not abandoned yet. The umpires have left the stumps in, but it didn't take them long on the other days to call play for the day. In theory, there are still 19 overs left, but at the moment, I think probably most of the spectators might decide that, you know, they may, if they were heading home, you could understand their decision. We'll just stay with you for the moment and give you any news of any resumption, but with play being at the moment halted for bad light, Gloucestershire started the day at 90 for 6. They went on to make 191. Graham van Buuren made 56, and a last wicket stand of 38 between Matt Taylor and Jared Warner got them past the follow-on target. 5 wickets for Luke Proctor, and then with a lead of 136, Northants 92 for 7, with Tom Taylor not out 5 and Simon Kerrigan not out 0. Only Sanderson and White to come. Higgins 3 for 26, Price 2 for 22, Matt Taylor 1 for 13 and Warner 1 for 24. The bowling figures, a very good effort by Gloucestershire in this second half of the day. We'll have any news of either an abandonment of the day or resumption as soon as it's made. Meanwhile, from Bristol, we'll leave you with the sight over the ground of the lights on, but the players currently in the pavilion. Well, you can hear the sound of Terry Blake calling the close of play here at Bristol. The umpires have decided that the light isn't going to improve. 92 for 7 Northants in their second innings. They lead by 228, but they don't have a top order batsman left after 2 late wickets for Ryan Higgins. Strong fight back from Gloucestershire here today from the moment which they passed the follow-on target with the last wicket pair of Jared Warner and Matt Taylor together. They came together with Gloucestershire still needing to get to 178. They were at 104. I think they still needed 23 from memory when Gloucestershire batted. My screen is just frozen. They were, in fact, 153 for 9, so they needed 25, and in the end they got past it with Taylor 24 not out and Warner making 10 in an hour and 33 minutes. But really, Ed, the story of the day has been the bowling, hasn't it? Because a lead of 136 was still very useful for Northants, but they found it mighty difficult to build on that.
Yeah, and they could have come out and really put Gloucestershire under a lot of pressure early on. If they'd seen off that new ball, then the powerful hitters that they've got in their middle order could have come out and really put the hurt on Gloucestershire. But because they took the wickets up front that they did, it then put that middle order under a lot of pressure, all of a sudden having to think about survival as much as anything else, and that was a dangerous position for them to be in. And now, as you say, they've got no frontline batsman left, but really the bowlers, I guess, have sort of taken the glory in terms of how they've bowled, but you know, the key bit today was how, in particular, Matt Taylor and Jared Warner played so sensibly, so solidly. They just did not give it away in that partnership that took Gloucestershire over the line of the follow-on. And of course, Graham van Buuren more than played his part. He really was a class apart among the Gloucestershire batsmen in their innings. But the application that was shown by Taylor and Warner, seeing Gloucestershire over the follow-on mark, is what's allowed them to be in this position where they are now, where they are potentially even hunting a rather unlikely victory on the final day. Yeah, they were
we had an extended morning session because Gloucestershire were 9 wickets down at 1 o'clock. They batted through the additional time and into the afternoon, and taking time out of the game from a Northants point of view, as they would have wanted to have pressed ahead to try and get as big a lead as possible. But it meant that the afternoon session was shortened by a late lunch, and then Gloucestershire had about 50 minutes to bowl at Northants in the afternoon session. They took 3 wickets in that time, Gay, Proctor and Keogh, and then they've added a further 4 after tea, including 2 in the last 4 overs of play that were possible. So it's all set up for tomorrow. 228, as we've said, is the Northants lead. They have 3 wickets in hand, and just about anything could happen tomorrow. A good chase for a 250 target would keep both teams very much in the game. I don't see Northants getting much more than that, but with Sanderson and Proctor and Kerrigan, it's going to need some application from Gloucestershire to get that target. Thanks for your company today. Thanks for your emails, including the long and thoughtful ones, which are often the best. Thanks to James and Cameron on the work on the cameras as well, and to Noel, who's been doing the work on the moving ball camera today. We hope it's dry tomorrow. The forecast is good in the sense that there is very little chance of rain, but it may again Be a day with a blanket of cloud. We'll see what influence that has. Join us tomorrow at 5 to 11, where Gloucestershire need 3 quick wickets and to keep that Northants lead in check. It's 228 as they resume tomorrow with 3 wickets left in their second innings. From Bristol, goodbye.